Greetings, my fellow Americans. This is your president speaking, John Henry Eden. Here to tell you about the Enclave. Today, I've got something important to say that affects all Americans, and that is the issue of allies. In these dark times, America is in great need of allyship, and to make friends, we must be good friends. That is why I have authorized Colonel Autumn to go to the nation of Israel with 50 billion caps. How we doing, chat? Oh, we're off center. Better restart the VTuber software. I was thinking about kind of meme presidents over the years, like internet meme presidents. I don't know if you remember. There's a certain model we need for this. I don't know if you remember when Hunt Down the Freeman gave us President Keemstar. President Keemstar. What is up, my fellow Americans? This is your president, Killer Keemstar, here with the news. You may have noticed that the Combine are invading. In light of this recent event, I have authorized $50 billion for Israel. See, he's easy. He's got like an intonation to his voice. This isn't the Normandy's engine humming. It's Enclave mobile base crawler ambience. It's got 1.3 thousand views because of how bizarrely specific. Where is it? Yeah, this is how like bizarrely specific the ambience we had to go for the Colonel Autumn bit. Or for the John Henry Eden bit, sorry. No disrespect to the man. He is the president. Can you do impressions? No. No, but I get really funny ideas like President Keemstar talking about the 7-hour war and how in response he's going to send money to Israel. I don't think if I cycle through more desert, I'm going to become more kind. Because the inverse seems to be the case. Impressions died with AI. I feel like if you're good at impressions post AI, that's even more impressive. Because that means that you actually sat down and like practiced it despite the fact that like you could have taken the lazy way out and just started making slop content of presidents play League of Legends. People invoking Moist Critical into dramas like the Israel-Palestine conflict. Oh boy, big... hang on, I'm doing some ordinary gamers there, but... Yeah, like, big drama in the Middle East. That's a big smackaroony. But then, like, it's actually about, like, a serious topic. I don't know if you remember when Mama Max was, like, trying to get Moist Critical to be like, yeah, apparently there's this guy, he runs a werewolf cult, and, yeah. Because he was saying that he was gonna, like, cancel Moist Critical, because he was the pedo hunter guy, and then it came out that he actually, hadn't caught anybody. Asmongold is my only source for political news. True. Listening to the daily Asmon grind. You know the messed up part of the Camden Gerard Davis thing is that I don't know what that guy's name is, and I don't know what the allegations are beyond the most basic level of Like, how do you fuck up a story that's as simple as there was a guy who was running a Discord server that was grooming people? I've already elaborated more on what the story is than like the guy whose whole thing was telling that story. You guys want a jump scare?
In 2008, Fallout.
Jump scare. I'd rather ask the homeless man by the grocery store for political takes than Asmongold. Yeah, Asmongold was like a weird... Asmongold's been like a weird thing, because he started as like a... People don't understand why he's at the start of my WoW video. Because they only know him for the political stuff. They don't know that, like, Asmongold used to be a fucking, like, World of Warcraft streamer. So, like, it's funny. It's a funny bit at the front of a World of Warcraft video to have him, like, saying I should go to jail. Oh no, I am 100% plugged into 2025 in drama. This has been a very funny year, even if it is a bit rote and repetitive. When I started this trip, when I started my bike trip across America, across these great United States 2 months ago, these motherfuckers were fighting. 2 months later, not only are these motherfuckers still fighting, but one of the fuckers hasn't seen the other's video on him. He's only seen like 27 minutes of it. 2 goddamn months later. I did miss the death of Bungie. That was it's funny that like, so they shadow dropped Oblivion while I was gone, and then like apparently Bungie died while I was gone. Yes, I was traveling by bicycle. Okay, I am pedaling my way across this country, and these motherfuckers are still fighting. Justin Truman got promoted to VP. I mean, when you're at his level, it kind of doesn't matter what your job title is. Other than, like, it doesn't really matter what he is, other than if he... The only promotion that matters is if he gets the CEO. So you did a full Noah Gervais only on bike? I always thought that he did what I was doing, but he did the Lincoln Highway, which is way different. My route's like completely different than what he did. I was actually surprised. Thoughts on the very important Glup Shido situation? Yeah, I went into this trip with Star Wars having like a weird crossover policy, and I came out and now there's lightsabers in Fortnite. Are you gonna force yourself to play through Fallout more than once? I've already played through Fallout more than once. I've got 3 goddamn characters in Fallout 3. I don't know if I can squeeze out a 4th playthrough, other than the 4th playthrough is gonna be Genocide. I can do that. When are we getting to the part where you piss off Never Knows Best again? Later this year, probably. You know he has a Fallout video. Hang on. He's in my document. Where's he at? I think he's at the top of this section at the bottom. Here we go. Yeah, 1.8 million views. This is like before I don't know what happened to him. There was a point where I swear to God, there was a point where he just gained like meta awareness and he realized what he was doing and like pivoted to being like a pseudo intellectual in his approach. Oh my God. YouTube is so fucking ass, by the way. What is this? Cultural nihilism and the rise of the grifter, and then I'm seeing pictures of Mr. Beast and Donald Trump and like Jake Paul. And I'm like, none of these people are grifters. Do you guys not know what the word it means? We used it to describe like fucking the daily content people, like the Quartering and like people who talked about Comic Gate. Like, yeah, when I think grifter, I think the guy that spends like $50,000 a video. Yeah, that's my thought on what a grifter is. I could kind of buy you arguing that like Jake Paul is a scammer. I don't really think it's the case, or a grifter. I don't really think it's the case. Same with Donald Trump. Like, yeah, he does a lot of like weird political fundraising and stuff. I still don't think that's grifting because I mean, like, he is the president. He does like go fly around and give speeches and meets people and stuff. I don't know. I feel like there's a big difference between what Donald Trump as the president does and like what the Quartering does. Yeah, when I think grifter, I think Grums too. So it's like so bizarre, the selection of people that they've chosen for this thumbnail. But like, this is just what YouTube is now. It's like, it's so bad. Can't we go back to like just people like not feeling self-conscious that they're making like the 15th video about Fallout 4? Who gives a fuck? This is why I still do it. Grifter has become shorthand for annoying right-winger. That's probably why, like, from time to time I get called a grifter. Because I'm a retarded centrist, so right-wing people hate me because occasionally I make stuff like the Avowed video, and then left-wing people hate me for pretty much everything else. I think Hassan is a left-wing grifter. He's fake as fuck. Yeah, I would agree. Because, like, most of his content's really lazy. He's basically, like, the streaming version of a grifter, where, like, he turns on the webcam. He does React content to, at, like, a very base level observational React content. And then, like, he spends the rest of his time... Like, the most substantive thing that Hassan does now is drama. He used to call it slop content, but now like that's like the only thing that is actually of substance is when he gets in fights with people. What do you mean everything else? I've been pretty objectionable over the years to left-wing people just because I was like very against like the social justice stuff and like performative wokeisms in games. It's just that as the Overton window shifts, now I'm pushed into the left. But I'm still doing the same shit that I've always been doing. Yeah, it always sucks when the guy that... Oh wait, I can't point at myself with my model. I gotta turn on the other software. Imagine I'm pointing at myself. It always sucks when the guy that you watch... turns out to be like a surface level critic. Hang on, this will be how I point at myself. It always sucks when the guy that you watch is like just doing like surface level commentary. Yeah, don't you hate when there's surface level commentary in your videos? No, it was behind me. The perspective was pointed at the back of my head. Actually, it's a good prop. We'll just we'll do this. It's like the horse has it. Will you cover the definitely in existence second Starfield DLC? I haven't had the chance to talk about it, this whole shadow dropping business, because everybody's kind of figured that Microsoft has gone full like shadow drop, which I think they have. Like, haven't they been? Aren't there multiple games that they came out that they just straight up didn't market? Like, we used to talk about Microsoft not marketing things, but now they have like actually legitimately gone the strategy of just not marketing stuff and just dropping it. Um, I think that that business practice ends when they shadow drop a second Starfield DLC and nobody fucking plays it. Would you ever do a deep dive into GTA specifically 4? Spitefully, only for the reason that, like, I think it's absurd that Fallout 3 won a writing credit when GTA 4 came out the same year as it. And I don't even think, like, GTA 4 is, like, a spectacular showcase in writing. But it's like, hey, you know GTA 4 didn't have to retcon its ending with the DLC. Do you agree Starfield ended Xbox's exclusivity by not being a system seller? Yeah, I can definitely see why you would think that, because I think that Starfield really was, they were really gunning for that to be like their next Halo brand, and when that didn't work out, they kind of realized that the game was over when it came to Xbox being like an exclusive walled garden. It turns out you make more money if you sell your games on multiple platforms. There has to be somebody in Microsoft who knows nobody cares about Starfield. I think that there probably is. They're just not being listened to. Because the issue with Microsoft is the C-suite. It's the very top level that are just like completely insulated from seemingly any criticism, but also they're fully aware of what they're doing. They are gaslighting you, okay? I have always felt like Microsoft is just gaslighting me with the way, because they say every fucking game that comes out is a success, and then like 6 months later they might announce that like, yeah, it actually undersold and we're closing down the company. Remember Hi-Fi Rush? Remember how Hi-Fi Rush was a big success and they promised they weren't going to close Tango Gameworks, and then like as soon as people forgot about Hi-Fi Rush, they closed Tango Gameworks, and then like people were like, "Hey, you guys said that this was successful." Like, is Xbox in the business of selling games or consoles? I can't even tell anymore. So the console business model was always you were at a loss on the physical sales, but you made money on the games. And you made money on like the updates and DLC and getting a cut out of everything that's on the ecosystem. And the physical hardware, you took a loss on that just to get people into the ecosystem. With Doom the Dark Ages, something like 2.2 million out of 3 million players were Game Pass. Yeah, and then people are like, but listen, Doom Eternal was still amazing. Doom Eternal was still a masterpiece, guys. And it's like, Doom Eternal laid out the fucking red carpet for why Dark Ages didn't do well. Like, weird. Nobody wants to pay full price to own the next Doom game. That sure is weird. Was there anybody that was predicting it? It wasn't me. I don't have a video, sadly. But like, there was a lot of cope that surrounded Doom Eternal. A lot of people were in denial about that game. Hopefully they loosen up on that now that now that there's been a sequel. I'm trying to think, is there something that is like one of my favorite games that killed the series? I mean, I don't know, Metal Gear Solid 5 is one of my favorite games, and look what happened after that. I'm personally never buying a $70 game. You know, I got back and realized that people weren't kidding about the prices thing going up. I'm even more validated. Do you think Microsoft is gearing up to buy another publisher? I don't think they're made of infinite money. Like, I don't think they've made the money back on the Activision thing. I still feel like Avowed's price point has to be part of why it's sold so little. Avowed's price point mixed with its value proposition. Like, obviously there is an alternate timeline, and it's an alternate timeline where Obsidian wasn't making Outer Worlds 2 at the same time. If Obsidian just put all their work into Avowed, they could have justified that $70 price point, and then the price point wouldn't have been the issue. It was the value proposition. But because they wasted part of their development time on making a sequel to a game that nobody fucking wants. Remember when they bought Bethesda for twice as much as what Disney got Star Wars Lucas for? Scammed? The question is, who got scammed? George Lucas or Microsoft? Did George Lucas ask for too little money? Or did Microsoft pay too much? Remember when Sony bought Bungie for $3.6 billion? See, that's even more embarrassing. That's one company with one franchise to its name because they lost the other franchise that they were known for. There's still no proof Disney has turned a profit on Star Wars. I don't buy that they haven't made $4 billion at this point. I don't think it's a lot more than $4 billion, but because like the box office for The Force Unleashed was like $1 billion. So like all the rest of that shit has to do is make the other three. Like even if it, you know, budget's involved and all that. I mean, I don't know. I don't buy it. Yeah, I saw the Stealing Earth thing. I don't know anything about the story. To be honest, I don't fucking care about Marathon because I don't really care about Destiny. Destiny was kind of like a locale sideshow. Force Unleashed. Force Awakens. Sorry. I'm sorry I mixed it up. Force Unleashed was the game that killed Star Wars. Let's be clear. I don't know, one of those movies at the box office did gangbusters. And then Rogue One didn't. Rogue One was alright. And then Last Jedi did alright at first. And then Solo did really badly. I don't know. Don't be annoyed that, like, God, what were those guys' names? There was, like, a really prolific... There's a really prolific channel that would go to, like, stores and stuff and take pictures of, like, all the unsold Star Wars merchandise, which I know from personal experience. There was a lot of unsold Star Wars merchandise, let's just say. When my first job in retail was at, like, a place that sold toys, and good lord. How do we stop Disney is the real question. You're gonna have to, like... I think you're gonna have to figure out the, like, weird mental illness that causes Disney adults. The fact that no one is making Star Wars games that are actually good is mind-boggling. that's because it's part of Disney, and for some reason Disney is allergic to like the video games industry. Like they are so fucking slow at like I feel like Disney has this weird pathology where they don't want to take any risks, and so like they will only invest in either the shittiest mobile games possible that are still guaranteed to turn a profit, or like really centralized like Marvel. What was it? The Avengers? The one with Captain Marvel in it. They like focus their IPs down into like a single game that like represents like 5 years of the brand's representation in not Rivals. It was the Marvel Avengers game where you could play Iron Man. But okay, I suppose it doesn't help me to clarify the difference between games if I say you can play Iron Man, because you can play Iron Man in both of them. It's the one that I got with fucking my graphics card. Marvel's Avengers. It's literally called Marvel's Avengers. And I don't think I can even play this game anymore. I think I got it. I think I got a Ross Scott coaster. It's kind of bad if it's remembered as, oh yeah, it's that one game Oni Plays played. Will you do a React stream to the Outer Worlds 2 Direct, or will you just do Fallout streams? It depends on what's going on when that happens, I'm afraid. Because I'm not done with the trip. So like I'm gonna be streaming a lot now, and then I'm gonna disappear, and then when I get back, it depends on how much time is left in the year. What I choose to do. When was the last big game failure on the level of Marathon Concord? There was that that asymmetric Evolve. Evolve did pretty poorly, but that's like 2016. There was Lawbreakers. Brink's way back. And I don't even know if, like, Brink did badly, but I don't think it was, like, a catastrophic failure. Anthem. Concord was in a league of its own, TBH. I kind of agree. It's not, like, you don't get a Concord story every year. That's like a, that's one of those, like, once every 5 years type stories. The problem is with Fallout 76 is that like Bethesda is so fucking stubborn, they refuse to accept that they refuse to internalize that it was a failure. And so like it did catastrophically, but I think they still made money on it. So you know, at least Concord killed a company. Oh no, I know. They defend Fallout 76. All 1,000 people that still play it. I think the Western industry is swirling down a downward spiral. Alrighty. So we've got. This claims to be the full uncut E3 2008 live demo presentation with trailer featuring Todd Howard. But I've got bad news. It's really unfortunate. This was the time period when YouTube was really new. Oh wait, hang on. I mean, this is from 2008. So surely. It's in 720p though. Actually, that's impressive. Never mind, I was gonna say that like, oh, the quality's gonna suck, but... Where's Private? Well, the thing is that Private's not an employee, So whenever he comes on here, he's basically coming on here like pro bono. Like he literally gets paid in clout. And like sometimes I go on his streams. All right. Okay, it's just really quiet. Paying rent with exposure, Pog. No, like that's just it just works out, that arrangement. Because the thing is that like I'm either like we're either making entertaining content together and he enjoys that, or um he gets to like, because he's profited off my research before. Remember, Never Knows Best described private sessions as just my podcast host and like tried to dismiss that his Starfield or his Skyrim video is good because um he's just my podcast host. So, you know, real good on him. All right, let's see. I'm gonna make a new note. Fallout 3 2008 E3 demo with Todd Howard. Video template. Lincoln. This says this happened on July 15th, 2008. So 7/15/2008. Related. Todd Howard. Alrighty, cool. Didn't his Skyrim and Oblivion videos come first? His Skyrim video came first. I think his Oblivion video, like, but what you gotta bear in mind is that first, it was basically at the same time, like concurrently. Like when we did his video wasn't out when we did the Oblivion stream series, and that was not long before the Oblivion video came out. September 20th, 2020. Oh, that was. Oh, right. What happened was that he was fucking tiny. He was a Pico YouTuber. Never Knows Best got better, actually. At least I managed to watch his recent videos without cringing. I don't know. I find that hard to believe. I mean, I can believe that you watched his videos, but I don't know. I'm personally gonna always find it difficult to believe that the guy that made a disingenuous hit piece is getting better. Have you checked out Miniature Nerd's video defending Fallout 3? Listen, with time, patience, the next Fallout 3 stream is going to be H-Bomber. That's going to be the start of us watching fucking Fallout 3 videos. So, get your cyanide tablets ready. Speaking of, can anybody find me the clip of H-Bomber guy endorsing Hassan Piker's like React content? There's one clip that's from when the Plagiarism video came out, but I'm pretty sure there was another clip that's a lot more obscure that is from ReactGate when like JXE was calling out Hassan Piker. I might be hallucinating or mixing things up. But if anybody can find that clip that's of Prescient. I'm inventing words here. That's of relevance. EFAP mentioned? I mentioned JXC. By proxy, that's EFAP. I guess I get to mention it. Hassan did an interview recently where he was like, "Yeah, guys, I don't do the chair react anymore. You know, I'm a lot better about reaction content." And it was like, wow, he's actually like taking accountability. Maybe me calling him a content thief every opportunity, maybe that's not fair anymore. And then he was like, but that guy or whatever pronouns he goes by, you know, he was a grifter. He went on like this like slop podcast and like made more content. So like he was completely messing up the timeline because Hassan Piker was a content thief and he refused to stop until he got bullied out of doing it. And that's why that stream happened, because he was still doing it. But so he wants to try to like halfway, it's like backhanded accountability. He's trying to like admit that like, guys, I'm not a content thief anymore, but he's still like deriding the people who were partially responsible for calling him out and stopping that behavior. So like, no, I still think he's a content thief. I think he's a content thief who is really mad that he got called out for it, and like if there weren't people who were going to call him out again, if he got bad about it again, he would like be unashamed in doing it. So I bring that up because I think it's disingenuous that H Bomber guy wants to like talk about plagiarism and then like gives Hassan the pass. Like, come on. You know why that happened. I know why that happened. Why does Twitch worship him anyways? Uh, well, Hassan is like a himbo. Like he's hot as fuck, but he's also an airhead. And then he's just kind of because of that, he's kind of just like got his way into the in crowd. Also, he's the one of the big 3 debate bro streamers to not be outed as like a sex pest or a pedophile. So I suppose that helps. Yet, I don't know. From what I've seen, he seems to fuck like grown women. Like he likes porn stars and stuff. Don't bring up the brothel. Listen, this happens from time to time, you know? You go to a brothel, there's probably going to be sex trafficking going on. That's why you don't go to brothels. He would, like, he would be, like, unintentionally. Whereas, like, you know, Vosh was a deliberate. Destiny, different allegations. He was sharing revenge porn, but he was a deliberate. No, so I do keep up with all this drama stuff. There's a really funny clip of iDubbbz is at Hassan's house. They're watching the content nuke, and Ethan Klein is talking about how Hassan supports Hezbollah, and iDubbbz is like giving him the fucking side eye. Like, bro, what the fuck are you? What? Like, apparently he hadn't heard this, and like he had like fully committed to this side, and he was like, bro. What home life are you going through that you have to hear about Hassan H3 drama? Do you live with like a fucking like do you live with a snarker? Do you live with like a Frogan watcher? Like what? I'm so sorry for your home life situation. But yeah. This actually isn't new. I've made fun of fucking iDubbbz for losing money at the charity event before. I get into talking about the drama stuff sometimes, but I'm not like a reporter on it. I'm more like talking about it like as a viewer. I don't know. It was one of those things where like I kind of cared about it, and then iDubbbz showed up, and then I really cared about it. And that was just because I think, you know, iDubbbz hasn't been held accountable for losing $250,000 at his last charity event, and I can't believe they went back to bragging about like how you can't criticize us. We're doing this for charity. But yeah, let's get some cringe going. I've seen this trailer before. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, the robot's cool, guys. Hang on, chat. Is the robot practical? Help me out here. I mean, that looks fake. Like, when the cereal box is in his hands, it looks fake. They might have used practical arms with a digital overlay. I'm on the fence, because the problem is, it's, so low resolution that like whatever imperfections would give away that it's CG normally when you're watching like a 4K movie are being hidden by like the compression, making it look bad. No, I've been shitting on iDubbbz for losing money at CC2 for years as well. I am so glad that that is being brought back up again. You can find clips of me on stream talking about it. Like, no joke. Hang on. Let's search. Put it in quotes. Yeah. Oblivion Overhaul Mod Pack recording stream day 1 featuring Patrician. I was on Private Sessions channel. And this was July of 2023.
It's the scene they are.
Well, Todd Howard's son watches Matt said as much as Outer Worlds has gotten it.
One sec.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Outer Worlds is going to be a repeat of Creator Clash 2, where they're going to do Outer Worlds 2, and they're going to have this expectation of player base, and then like they'll get a fraction of it because they're going to be using projections from the last time, and they don't realize that like the majority of people who played Outer Worlds last time regret having purchased it, if they did purchase it. So true. So true. Go off, King.
Our American way of life. Isn't it grand?
How do you remember where that soundbite is from? Because this is how autistic I am. I have almost every like stream and video I've done in a transcript in Obsidian MD, and I can literally just Google I'm such an idiot. I can literally search a phrase and find every instance of me saying it. Like, that's how I can say with 99% certainty that, like, I've never said Emil Pagliarulo should be fired, because I can literally just, I can search up that, like, the words for that and see. Hello? Unit.
Life. Isn't it grand?
Hello? Why are we, I can't tell. Here's the problem. Modern YouTube's so fucked. I can't tell if this is a stylized thing or if like there was a song here that has been cut out. Yeah, there is. Okay, so there's copyright material that's causing it to mute out the audio. I mean, good for me. It doesn't get the stream claimed, but I kind of want to know, you know?
You can secure your family's future by reserving a spot in a state-of-the-art...
I love this. This is the only time period when this would happen. The animated characters aren't Vault people. Like, if Bethesda made this advertisement today, 100% these would all be Vault boys and Vault girls. This is might be the only time that they have like this kind of non-Vault boy animation style. Because like obviously he shows up, right? But if this was modern Bethesda, they'd all be in that style.
Underground vault from Vault-Tec. That's right, Bob. Act now, and your family can wait out the horrors of nuclear devastation. And Doris, the vault will have all the amenities of your modern-day home, and it's attractive. And Sally, in the vault, you might meet that special someone, just as you would on the surface. And in a few short years, you and your fellow vault dwellers will repopulate our great country. And Billy, you'll have lots.
This seems familiar because I'm pretty sure we've commented on the weird joke here.
Of, swell kids to play with.
Boy, isn't this uncomfortable.
Reserve your family spot in a state-of-the-art underground vault today. Sign up now and prepare for the future.
I think we've seen that pre-rendered cutscene before. I don't know, maybe we've seen the demo before and I'm just looping. Someone tell me if we've seen this before, because nobody's like been like, yeah, dumbass, you've seen the E3 demo before. I think it was in the making of documentary. No, you guys are just saying that just because I said to say it. Hang on. Let's get to the bottom of this. Here's the issue with not streaming for 2 months. Alright. Live streams. Reading about some DLC. Nuka World co-stream. Give me your sound bites. I don't think it's reading about your DLC stream. I'm pretty sure that was like all articles. Hang on. Go through. I'm reading an article. That's an article. That's an article. Yeah, it wasn't that stream. Give me your sound bites. It's the Space Ghost interview. There's Immel doing Game Reactor. Actually, when did we watch the making of? Stream 1. Okay, there's Stream 1. If you remember Fallout Stream 1, where we watched the making of documentary and they looped like the same thing over and over for the entire documentary. Let's scroll the end. Hang on, let's see if chat has a more up-to-date information. I remember the baby joke too. But they might have reused this clip, like this trailer. Cuz I mean like they literally like reused the same exact lines multiple times in the documentary. So but I don't think we've watched this. This isn't familiar at all.
You just saw the first half of a trailer that is going to debut online in just a few hours and on Xbox Live. We think it gives you a great look at both the harshness and the humor of the world of Fallout 3.
Okay. So when I microanalyze the humor of the of that trailer, nobody's gonna be like, "God, you're just wasting so much time on something that doesn't matter." Because it's like, it's just the humor of that trailer was like an awkward joke that doesn't really go anywhere. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the fucking stupid ass videos on the side. Fallout New Vegas' DLC is an absolute nightmare. I think I got washed the fuck out.
You know, we did Oblivion on the 360. We took a lot of...
Do you buy the claim that Todd doesn't like marketing? That's a quote. Like, that's legit a quote. There's legit a thing in the Lex Friedman interview. I think it's the Lex Friedman interview. But there's a clip of him saying that, like, if it was up to him, they would, like, drop all this stuff, like, a week before launch. Do you think it's true, though? He said it! Of course I think it's true. He said it.
A lot of risks, and we learned a lot from doing such a massive game on...
No, they know how to market. It's just, it can't... I understand. I get it. It can be a fucking pain in the ass to, like, market stuff.
Platform. We've taken all of that learning and applied it to Fallout 3. We're ecstatic. It gives you a great look at both the harshness and the humor of the world of Fallout 3. You know, we did Oblivion on the 360. We took a lot of risks, and we learned a lot from doing such a massive game.
I would have missed that because I was arguing with the chat. Go on.
On the platform. We've taken all of that learning and applied it to Fallout 3. We're ecstatic.
I don't understand. Why did those guys at No Mutants Allowed think that Fallout 3 was just going to be Oblivion with guns? I don't get it. I don't get it. How could this have happened? Hang on, I'm checking something. Alright, cool. Always trust No Mutants Allowed. I've been trying to get someone to answer what... if there was like a ground zero of that community just hating Bethesda. And there's not really an answer to that question, I'm afraid.
To show publicly for the first time here today, Fallout 3 demoed live. Let's take a look.
Hey, remember when they used to play games live? They did this for I don't know, did they do it for Fallout 4? But I don't know, they definitely did it for this game and they did it for Skyrim, and that seemed to work pretty well. And then they did Starfield Direct and weirdly had an issue with player expectations.
So here's Fallout.
Hang on. Is this sign in the game? Chat, is this sign in the game? This might seem pedantic. I'm kind of asking. I've never paid attention to like the billboards, Why is the Enclave advertising on billboards? Is it supposed to be pre-war or post-war? Is it like a New Vegas situation? Because I thought the billboards in New Vegas are a little weird too. It's weird to make a billboard in the post-war. Well, you know, fucking New Vegas did it too.
So here's Fallout 3. The game takes place in post-apocalyptic Washington, D.C. in the year 2277. You can play in first person or third person.
But we really recommend you don't play in third person. See how on the right it's covering the previous sign, but how is the but it's 200 years post-war. Like, you know, those signs fade after like a year.
Here I am. I've left the vault, Vault 101, where no one ever enters and no one ever leaves.
Are we just gonna glaze past that? I make a deal about the narrator lying to the player, because it's a little weird. Only in Fallout 3 does Ron Perlman lie to the player. Although in New Vegas he's got a few things that are stretching the truth, but Ron Perlman straight up lies to the player.
Here we have an iBot broadcasting the word of the Enclave, the last remnants of the U.S. government.
Spoilers?
On my...
Well, you know what I love about Fallout 3's story is that James kills himself because he went to Three Dog and Three Dog told him that the Enclave are cringe. What does he lie about? He says that nobody ever enters the vault, no one ever leaves the vault, and that's where you're gonna die. And like, two of those three things are tacitly wrong, and the third thing can easily be like inferred as not being the case. Well, and it's not even true. There were fucking Vault 101 dwellers who left before, like, 40 years before the game started.
Wrist is the Pip-Boy 3000.
The Enclave's existence in Fallout 3 is so lazy. There's a great Emil quote about this. Hang on. There's a crazy fucking Emil quote about this. It was in the 1UP interview. I think that's called Fallout 3 Afterthoughts. It was like, of course we use the Enclave. No, actually, there was never a... This is Emil Pagliarulo answering. There was never a draft of the story that featured a different faction. It was always the Enclave. Why? For us, it just made so much sense. I mean, Fallout 2 established the Enclave as the remnants of the US government, yet they'd set up shop on an oil rig off the coast of California. Wouldn't they eventually want to get back to Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, to set up shop again? Guys, it's so confusing. Why didn't people like Emil Pagliarulo? Well, it's such a weird thing too, because there's a contradictory answer to it. They're like, and yeah, there's no familial thread. Your character in Fallout 3 is not a descendant of the Vault Dweller in any way, shape, or form. It just didn't seem necessary. And then, like, literally 2 answers later, he's like, yeah, we had to use the fucking Enclave. Like, duh. You fucking idiot. You fucking moron. No, like, the Enclave being on an oil rig off the coast of California made complete sense because, like, why would they choose to live in DC now that it's blown the fuck out?
Here you can check your stats, various things, skills you can raise.
Chat, or mods, ban whoever brings up that he's got 10 bajillion health.
And perks. I happen to have the Bloody Mess perk, which lets people die in ridiculously violent ways. I also have various weapons that I can kill people in ridiculously violent ways. And I also have radios, so I can pick up broadcasts that are happening out in the wasteland like Enclave Radio. This is a game where you can play any kind of character you want. You can
Oh, this is so boring. Skyrim's was way better.
play a stealthy guy, a combat guy, or use speech to persuade people. Try to be, you know, good with the ladies and all. You can also play the game combat-wise, like I'm going to. You can play in real time. Or you can press the right bumper and
What was that, Todd? Dude, Todd plays like I do.
you can also play the game combat-wise, like I'm going to. You can play in real time.
Hang on. Listen, the compression's bad, and I can tell that you're not even fucking close there. This is a Patrician TV like classic clip of me like just completely whiffing a shot. Was he actually playing or was it pre-recorded? I think in this era they did actually play the game on stage.
Or you can press the right bumper.
In the Skyrim one, like he responds to the crowd with certain things. Like you can definitely like I think there's a really solid case that the Skyrim one was done live, and I think this one's probably
And
live
use
too.
VATS, the Vault Tech assisted targeting system. So you can queue up moves on various body parts, and then press A to see what happens.
I think they probably had something where it was helping him behind the scenes to land the VATS hit though, like 100%, and that's like completely reasonable, because obviously they're not going to advertise like, here's me missing the 24% chance to hit.
That never gets old.
It gets old. You know, what's funny is that a lot of the community doesn't pick Bloody Mess anymore because of how much it fucks up like levels and stuff and like looting, and like there's people who've like soft locked quests because of Bloody Mess. Looks like we've changed songs in the background. But then we're still in here, we'll do Oblivion Dungeons. Since Oblivion remasters on the mind. How the fuck do you soft lock with the Bloody Mess perk? If there's a specific item you need to loot as part of a quest, Bloody Mess can like go send it shooting, and then it can end up like stuck in a corner somewhere that you can't reach. Because Bloody Mess causes like a little explosion at where the corpse is, and that just sends things flying around the environment.
Let's switch to grenades here.
You can see, listen, this is genuine advertising, because you can see that there is so little armor options for the raiders in Fallout 3 that they have like duplicates. And also it's genuine because they're fucking charging him with like a baseball bat and like a switchblade. Sorry, the switchblade's not in Fallout 3. Some kind of like tire iron or something.
This is where the content might be inappropriate for some audiences.
Whoa, what happened there?
This is where the content might be inappropriate for some audiences.
He tries to switch weapons. The animation has fucked up, and then it's switched to hand to hand,
Switch
and
to
then there it goes. Now he's successfully switched weapons. That's weird. How did he recognize that it had fucked up into like? Was he just spamming the hotkey? I wonder if he was like trying to spam the hotkey, so like he switched to the weapon, hit it a second time, and that switched it off, and then he hit it again, and it switched it on. I wonder if he like fucked that up.
Combat shotgun.
Yep, that's pretty much that's the combat shotgun. That's what it does.
I think it's the marching band music that nails it. There's a lot of stuff in the world you have to find to survive. Food, water help you out.
Okay, now that's false advertising. If you spam the key, you deselect if you overdo it. I think that's how it works. Does anyone think there's a hate agenda against BGS, or are they receiving the criticism they deserve? They 100... Okay, here's the problem. If I say it's both, then, like, it's going to be overstated. It's very disproportional, okay? It's like 5% there's a slight hate machine. Like, there's people who really hate them for very poor reasons, but it is very much legitimately the case that, like, I want to remind you, okay, of this fucking trailer. Where's that goddamn trailer? The launch trailer. You guys know the one. The one where they show the screen that has like 30... We got a 10 out of 10 from this place, and from this place, and this place. Your YouTube? I'm not signed in, so the YouTube front page is probably just like Fallout stuff. Not even. Do. Sorry, we were playing generic music. I don't think this is it. Someone's gonna have to link me the image, but there's a really infamous image that makes it into every Starfield video, and it's the one where they are showing all the accolades they got. I think they showed it at the Game Awards. It's the accolades trailer. Thank you. Because I think this is in... Yep, this is it. This is an unironic marketing they did.
The biggest question of all. What's out there?
This is why I need private sessions. They 100% deserve all of the hate that they're getting. Or at least 95% of it. Obviously, they don't deserve the anti-Bethesda industrial complex, but, like, I say that exists, and there will be people on the Starfield Reddit that are like, yeah, and PatricianTV started it. And it's like, no, I think that they should proportionally get hate for doing shit like this. Like 100%. 100% they deserve it.
There's a turret up here that's giving me trouble.
Another certified PatricianTV clip. You're gonna see a lot of
turret.
You're gonna see a lot of this in the video. I'm not very good at playing Fallout 3 because it's not the most responsive first-person shooter, and I don't envy Todd because he's trying to play it with a controller.
Up here that's giving me trouble.
You can see he's trying to move and turn at the same time, which is hell on controller. So he's like trying to find, like, he's got it lined up there, and then, but 2 frames later he's pulling the trigger. He whiffs the second time, but the pellet spread actually does hit it.
I could hack this computer and take control of the turret if I want.
Wait, so was missing the turret scripted to get him to get him here? Why is the Accolades trailer such an issue? Because nobody else jerks themselves off as much as Bethesda does just to have no fucking players like 3 months later. And to lose like to win no award. They won no awards. They had very few, like they had 15 million players, but the sales were a lot closer to 4 million. So they're just they're just a bog standard AAA company pretending that they're like the biggest company in the industry. And all of their marketing is just them jerking themselves off. So I can't get mad when people are like, yeah, I don't like Bethesda. They act really fucking pretentious. There's that clip of Bruce Nesmith saying, yeah, what fucking undermined us was hubris.
But I'm going to switch to my laser rifle, see if I can take it out.
Yeah, because hacking would slow the pace of this down way too much. Certified Fallout 3 combat AI moment.
Again, this is a huge game with over 100 hours.
What happened to the turret? Wait.
But I'm going to switch to my laser rifle. I think it's the marching band music that nails it. There's a lot of stuff in the world you have to find and survive. Food, water, help you out. There's a turret up here that's giving me trouble.
No, there's a turret right there. It's shooting at him. This is like one of the most common combat arenas you see in Fallout 3. Is this like underpass? Because it goes to Rivet City. And like the Operation Anchorage place is near here, and the boat to Point Lookout is near here. So like, you see he's hit the trailer there.
I could hack this computer and take control of the turret if I want, but I'm going to switch to my laser rifle.
He doesn't hack the turret.
See if I can take it out.
Oh, do you know what happened? I don't think he realized that he did this. He hit the turret with the second shot, and he hit the part that frenzies the turret, and the raider killed it. I don't even think he realized that that happened. I don't think that was supposed to have happened. Because, like, see, like, he's looking up to aim at it, and he's like, yeah, oh, he hits the VATS key.
Get out.
Yeah, you can hear him, like, try to hit the VATS key. He was supposed to kill it in VATS at this point, but he had accidentally set it up where the raider killed it instead. And you're telling me that this is pre-recorded. This is absolutely done live. Because like there are several interviews from like each Bethesda game where they talk about like this process of making these demos and stuff, and it's like highly practiced what's going to happen. So like this part where he shoots the gun out of her hand.
Rifle. See if I can take it out.
That was probably on purpose. But then, like, they make mistakes like that because it's being played live.
Again, this is a huge game with over 100 hours of gameplay. It's a wide open world.
I think that's being very generous, Todd. You know what's funny is that the Fallout games have, like, way less content than the Elder Scrolls games.
You could walk right down to the center of Washington, D.C. and ride the elevator to the top of the Washington Monument.
I mean, you gotta go through like 4 loading screens, but yeah. What exact phrase does he use?
Again, this is a huge game with over 100 hours of gameplay.
It's kind of funny because like I don't think there's more than like 30 hours of gameplay. It is funny when they like try to guess how long their main quests are, because it's always like, yeah, I think our main quest is like 40 hours long, and it's like, what are you smoking that you think that this main quest is 40 hours?
It's a wide open world. You could walk right down to the center of Washington, D.C. and ride the elevator to the top of the Washington Monument.
It probably does have a couple 100 hours of gameplay if you do everything, because I've thought about streaming it. You know the classic, I'm gonna close all the Oblivion Gates stream? You gotta do, I'm gonna collect all the skill books stream from Fallout 3. I remember a decent amount, and then, like, I will usually rewatch my videos 6 to, like, 8 months after they come out to see, like, if I did a good job, if there was anything I needed to learn from doing it. So that's also, like, some of how I just remember it, is that because part of the goal is to make stuff that I want to watch, so I listen to the fucking, like, Skyrim video, because I think that it's really entertaining.
We have a sentry bot up here. These are robotic tanks that are patrolling the wasteland. They're pretty tough. I'm gonna switch to my missile launcher.
They're pretty tough. Almost 3 shots it with the laser rifle.
Try that with VATS. Switch to a pulse grenade. This will give him an EMP blast.
Bro, he's got like 1 health. It's a 0% VATS. No, he didn't aim for the 0% one, did he? The 0% one on the... Oh, wait, hang on, we gotta switch to the missile launcher.
Try.
The 0% one is the frenzy thing on these guys is on the back of their torso.
Try that with VATS.
That's why I like didn't even question it. It's like, yeah, the sentry bot has a thing on the back that causes it to frenzy.
Switch to a pulse grenade. This will give
Yeah,
him
see, I
an
never
EMP
shoot at the
blast.
thing, because it's just kind of a waste of time in Fallout to like fuck with the antenna on bugs or stuff like that.
And again, this is a game that reacts to how you play it. You can be a good person, you can be a bad person, or anywhere in between. Perhaps you'll make...
I love that they didn't even like try to make a part of this demo to demonstrate that. He just says that shit. Like, they could have set up like a random event where he makes a choice or something. He just says like flat out, yeah, you can be a good or bad person.
friends with the Brotherhood of Steel, who have turned the Pentagon up here into their own personal citadel. It's the Enclave. They've spotted me.
It's the Enclave. They have spotted me. Someone make a Todd Howard follower mod, and whenever you get into fights with the Enclave, the Todd Howard follower just says,
It's the Enclave. They've spotted me. So these guys are tough, so I'm gonna switch to...
Bro, they're tough? They're like slightly stronger raiders. It's actually funny how fucking bad the Enclave soldiers are in this game. I'm 99% that, like, if you took the weakest if you set it up where the weakest member of Caesar's Legion fought like one of the like Hellstorm guys, like one of the higher level Enclave guys, the fucking Caesar's Legion guy would probably win. Their stats are so bad. Will you be covering Acer Thorn's Fallout New Vegas video? The way that I've kind of approached it this time in terms of trying to plan it out is just views more than anything. And so, like, yeah, Acer Thorn has a video. I don't think it has very many views. Yeah, he's got 19,000 views. We've got quite a bit of, we've got quite a few videos to get through before we get to that. So I don't think it's gonna happen.
The Fat Man, which is a mini nuclear bomb catapult.
Hang on, Todd. What?
The Fat Man, which is a mini nuclear bomb. The Fat Man, which is a mini nuclear bomb.
Yep, he said it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. All right. Why is this specific mispronunciation so common? I'm not sure, honestly. I know that George Bush said it, and I think that's why. I think that's like a little bit part of why so many people fucked it up. I guess nuke, if you say nuke and then you're saying nuclear, you're gonna say nuclear. I guess that might be why. I don't know. There's a linguist out there that could probably write a thesis on that. That's how low the bar for linguistic theses are. Have you ever noticed that there's tons of videos on YouTube on like constructed languages? Like, hang on. Conlang. There are so many videos on like constructed languages, which are like, you know, made up languages, Klingon, Elvish, that type of stuff. How come nobody ever makes one of these but for like a real language? Suspicious. It's almost like nobody will call you out for mispronouncing words in a made up language.
The Fat Man, which is a mini nuclear bomb catapult. Every kid wants one of these under the Christmas tree. It's gonna line these guys up.
Because it's boring? Yeah, but it would be useful.
It's a pretty effective weapon.
I put him back on normal speed. Why does it sound like he's talking in slow motion?
It's a pretty effective weapon. So that's our demo of Fallout 3. Hope you all enjoy it this fall. We do have one more thing. We wanted to say how much we love Xbox Live Marketplace. We did a lot of downloadable content for Oblivion. It was hugely successful. We're happy to announce that we're going to be doing substantial downloadable content for Fallout 3, and it will be exclusive to the Xbox 360 and games for Windows. Thanks again.
Why? This gets promised like every fucking time. Every goddamn time they're like, yeah, it's going to be exclusive to the Xbox, and then it's not. I don't know. I don't even know why they said it as often as they did, because it was like almost never true. I also like that that took me away from like the extensive DLC of Fallout 3, which was five DLC packs that they acknowledged was like Knights of the Nine size. Like Fallout 3 really doesn't have that much DLC.
Exclusive to the Xbox 360 and games for Windows. Thanks again.
All right. Oh, by the way, do not watch the making of Fallout 3. It is a waste of fucking time. My favorite part of the making of Fallout 3 is when they repeat the same phrases over and over. All right. Let me just get this in here. Like I said, Fallout 3 2008 E3 demo. We said it was 7/15/08. We have done it. We've done it, chat. Did you get closer to the mic with that cough? Yes. I've had a dry cough for a while. I got I got food poisoning, and then I got better, and then I got a sore throat, and then like I've had a dry cough since. I think it's lung cancer. But this happens to me like once a year. I'll get like mildly sick and then have a cough for like 2 weeks. Long COVID? Yeah, I've been spreading long COVID across the planet. All right, let's see.
So here's Fallout 3. The game takes the last remnants, you know, good with the ladies and all.
Hang on. I'm gonna check this out. Oh my god. (2008) Listen, this was a terrible time of culture and history. I fucking hate people that are like, I love Mario, bing bing wahoo.
So here's Fallout 3. The game takes place in post-apocalyptic Washington, D.C. in the year 2277. You can play in first person or third person. Here I am. I've left the vault, Vault 101, where no one ever enters and no one ever leaves. Here we have an iBot, broadcasting the word of the Enclave.
All right.
Last
Game Trailers is literally just broadcasting the same exact demo, but with like the ends cut off. So, cool. All right. G4 at E3 2008, hands-on Fallout 3. Time to see, is this the same shit? Because this is another annoying thing about shit from this era. There's like 6 billion re-uploads of the same thing. Because it was like, oh yeah, it was hosted on GT and G4 TV and Screw Attack.
Bethesda Softworks executive producer Todd Howard is known for creating expansive and detailed.
Hey, G4, what are we doing here? Why are we showing the Fallout footage when we're talking about Todd Howard?
Creating expansive and detailed fantasy worlds. After major success with the Elder Scrolls series, Howard and his team are headed to the apocalypse for their next adventure. Fallout 3 continues the tradition of open-world gameplay, player freedom, and the feeling of being immersed in a complete...
Jesus Christ. I love the editing. The editing is great.
Fallout 3 continues the tradition of
Zoom.
open-world gameplay.
Zoom, pan transition, zoom out, pan, what the fuck was that? Like a color
Next
merge
adventure,
transition.
Fallout 3 continues the tradition of open world
I don't use transitions that often, so I don't know what all their names are, but it's like,
gameplay.
yeah, it's like some kind of color burn transition.
Player free
And then pan and zoom.
and the
And then color burn.
feeling of
Pan,
being
zoom,
immersed
and
in a
rotate. Pan transition. Zoom
complete
in.
world, but
Color burn. Oh my god, it's flying
not
all over
free,
the
and
screen.
you'll
It's
need
going
to
fucking
be
crazy.
smart
I mean, I guess they gotta make like these pictures that were used in the advertising more flashy.
and ruthless to survive.
Oh shit, this is something new. Okay. Alright, we gotta make a thing for it. New note. G4 at. I don't even think. Can I do the at in Obsidian? Looks like it. Hands on Fallout 3. Video template. Yeah, there's probably no telling when the fuck this happened. Rather be bullied for playing video games than have the bullies become the core audience. Open parenthetical today, close parenthetical. Yeah, you know, I'm kind of glad. I think that, you know what ended hearing about, like, I was bullied when I was in high school. You know what ended that? It was this video. Oh, is it going to try to play an ad? I am the bully, it's true. We do bully streams. Sessler smoked crack with me in a bathroom at E3 2007.
This episode brought to you by Honey, the
Oh, by the way, these guys were scamming. Hang on. There's a specific part I want.
This to heist?
I think there's a way.
This to heist?
It's being herded onto a train to a horrible, torturous building. Oh.
Yeah, we're really comparing this to high school?
No, it's just meant to look weird and creepy. They're not.
Imagine watching. Imagine listening and watching the movie The Wall and listening to the album and thinking that, like, the fine point thesis of it is about how he didn't like going to school.
All right, Todd, it's so good to have you. And not only
I've noticed a weird thing, which is Todd Howard is holding an Xbox controller in like every clip in 2008. I just don't think Doug Walker's qualified to criticize other people on the topic of bringing up their school life. But also, obviously, there's the whole contextual thing of there's a big difference between high school in the 80s and British boarding school post-World War II.
we're gonna get to the game in 1 second. I'm just curious.
I'm going down in flames. It's gonna be bad.
Okay, good. I love bad. Obviously, your game is super awesome. Is there any?
I think they no sold that bit.
Other game that's at E3 that's kind of caught your eye?
Had some time at the Microsoft briefing to play with Resident Evil 5 and the Capcom guys, and that game is off the hook.
Yeah.
And that is
Down with Resident Evil 5! Down with Resident Evil 5! Oh.
really good stuff.
It's so gorgeous.
Yeah,
Just a co-op now. It's going to be amazing. But I want to ask you about the PC industry in general. I'm wondering, have you had that moment of silence for the fact that it's sadly a platform that's dead? Apparently, I mean, everybody for the
We're
last.
doing Fallout in the PC.
I know every year people say the PC's dying. I mean,
why do they have to? If it's dead, they wouldn't have to keep saying that. So obviously, it's not dead.
Exactly. It's like
Yeah, no, it was just PC went through a really rough time period, in like the mid 2000s, but it came through it, obviously.
One of those creatures that won't die at the end of a horror movie. Okay, and with that, let's go look at some of this wonderful game that you brought with us.
All right.
It's so weird because I want to bash him with a frying pan and be like, why would you want PC to die? People used to say PC is dead. Dude, Vista and the games for Windows Live era of PC was so fucking bad. And part of that was that the operating systems that people had access to, Windows Vista, was really bad. Microsoft was being really weird with gaming at the time. And then a lot of game development companies were like just straight up not supporting the PC very well. Like, even at this point, there was actually an Inside the Vault where they were talking about Steam. From fucking, like, 2007, they were bringing up Steam. Like, Steam had to drag PC back into success.
So here's Fallout 3. I'm gonna play and talk, see what we can do. So here I am out in the wasteland. The game does take place in post-apocalyptic Washington, D.C. in the year 2277. So it's a big open world. I'm
yeah, see, like, he's got this bit down pat.
kind of on the outskirts of the wasteland right here. And, you know, we're really pushing the hardware of the 360 here.
Yeah.
You can play in third person if you want.
Okay, hang on. You can say that again. Bazinga. Alright. We're lucky Steam is a benevolent dictatorship. The games industry without Gabe Newell is drastically different. Like, it might even be like a fraction as successful as it is, and we are post-peak. We're post-peak. I think the only reason the games industry is considered to be growing is because of mobile. And like, anybody who's honest knows why that's not like a real metric.
Or first person.
Now, are we looking at tech that's functionally what we...
The PC had a rough patch sounds like a US thing. No, it was... Okay. A lot of people seem to forget just how prevalent Games for Windows Live was, and like how big of an issue that was for gaming at the time. And like, that was also before digital distribution, the DRM got really bad for PC games. Like, if you missed out on it, it was probably because you weren't playing modern stuff as it was coming out.
We saw in Oblivion, or is it completely new?
We started with the Oblivion stuff, but
Whoa. Tech, yeah.
You can play in third person if you want, or first person.
Now, are we looking at tech that's functionally what we saw in Oblivion, or is it completely new?
We started with the Oblivion stuff, but you know, you learn a lot making such a big game in the platform, and we're really, really pushing the hardware. We're drawing easily twice as many objects. You know?
By the way, I hate Adam Sessler. I think he's a terrible interviewer.
The 360 just chews through doing all these level of destruction. We've rewritten all of the pixel shaders over again. There goes our iBot with the voice of Malcolm McDowell. He's the president, John Henry Eden.
Hello, Americans. This is your president, John Henry Eden. And I'm here to stress the importance of sending 50 billion caps to Israel. To Arcade Israel Gannon. Yes, his middle name is Israel.
Now the president and this whole group of the sense that there is somehow a government that but no one can see it. How does that work in the game?
Well, it's kind of supposed to be mysterious, you know, so you'll find out. You kind of see these iBots and they're broadcasting, and then...
I love that Todd's like going through the motions but trying to answer Sessler's weird question, like plot-heavy question.
As the story goes on, you find out more and more about what is the government doing and who is the government. Here are my various stats I have. Charisma.
And right now we're looking at all your stats on your wrists, easily accessible.
Right, so it's cool. You know, we spent a lot of time. Our joke was we ran out of places to put pixel shaders, so now we put them on the fonts. Right. You know, we spent forever on like this retro 50s device. We have lots of perks from the previous games, like Bloody Mess, which does that to people.
10 strength, 10 agility. It's a demo build. Who gives a shit? They always have like 10 bajillion health. He has like, you know, 6 billion ammo. They always overkill it with like the demo build because they don't want to like die in the demo. Who cares?
Sausage.
Let's get this. How do the perks work in the game?
So when you level up, you get to pick a perk, and that's like a special ability that your player has. It's over the top in some ways. Different things you can do. Bloody Mess is one of the
Bloody
favorites.
Mess is one of the best icons I've seen in a long while. But what are some of the other perks?
My other favorite one is Mysterious Stranger, which is you pick it, and then once in a while a guy will just appear and help you out. So what we do is once in a while in VATS, if you don't kill a guy, Mysterious Stranger just pops up.
That's what it
is.
is.
Kill the guy for you.
I'm here, Mr. Stranger. Let's jump into the game here.
Let's see the game here. And you said VATS, and for those who didn't get a chance to see the press conference, for those who still haven't read up on the game, can you describe VATS and how the system works?
VATS stands for the Vault Tech Assisted Targeting System, so it allows you to pause time and queue up moves. I'll show some of it.
Yeah,
I'm going to turn on the radios that are broadcasting. I like my marching band music.
There we go. Yeah, the multi
Hold on, let me switch to the sniper rifle.
Whoa, he's doing something different. He's not doing the build. Oh, and by the way, chat, come on.
Switch to the sniper rifle.
Todd, come on. He was closer this time, but was it scripted that he has to miss the first shot? No, he's just, guys, listen, he's playing on a controller.
So you can do this in real time.
Oh, nice.
And then he blew his dick off with the second shot.
Where's the other guy? Shoot me over. So this is VATS. If I press the right bumper, it's going to go into VATS, and then I can queue up individual body parts. And so I can say, okay, here's my percentage chance to hit, and then queue up these moves, and then zap.
Then it pulls you out. You get the cinematic camera.
Pa! It is scripted to show VATS first, but no, that doesn't make sense. Because
so you can do this in real time?
Like, he still kills the first guy with, like, conventional gameplay. And, like, after he kills the first guy, then he uses VATS to shoot the other guy.
Then it pulls you out. You get the cinematic camera.
Gore poggers. Yeah!
That's all we have. Just guys blow it up everywhere.
I could do that for 100 hours easily.
And when you do that with the VATS, it's that quick. Go in, choose the body part, get out.
Even though it's tactical, you want to keep it quick. And it's optional, so you can play it like a first-person shooter, or you can do that. This is one of these protection pods you can get in and kind of avoid.
I will give them credit. They're showing a lot more of the game than they showed of Starfield. Like, Todd Howard's actually... Not only is Todd Howard playing the game, but he's doing a slightly different thing in the different, like, demos he does. And then you have Starfield, where they didn't show the game, and then at Gamescom, they did show the game, but behind closed doors, and it was just the, like, tutorial.
Things.
And they didn't... I don't think there's ever been footage of that shown. Like, I don't think anybody ever got footage of that Gamescom demo.
So you can find, like,
it didn't work for that guy, apparently.
Chinese, this is a Chinese commando, so I'm finding stuff in there. And you can actually...
Wait, what?
Skill books you can find, like,
it didn't work for that guy.
Oh, is that what I'm supposed to take away from this? Is this the emergent storytelling of this thing? Is that he's a Chinese commando because he has that book? You know how often that book shows up in the games? Skeleton emergent storytelling, poggers. So can the PC read Chinese? I think it's a... Well, I mean, you don't read the books, you know. You just eat them. You absorb the knowledge by eating the skill books. That's why they're 8 items and not miscellaneous.
Chinese. This is a Chinese commando, so I'm finding stuff in there. And you can actually find magazines. So what I'm doing here is, that's under the aid category. We have various drugs and things.
Yeah, look. It's in the drugs and food menu.
Like that, but the Chinese Army Spec Ops manual.
Ignore that it says read. You clearly are eating the book. Is there a mod that changes this UI prompt so whenever you mouse over skill books it says eat instead of read?
Is like you consume it, like in the previous. You read it, now my sneak skill goes up.
Right.
But then you also have various drugs you can take.
Because like, why else does the skill book disappear after you read it? Clearly, you're eating it.
Which help you out. And then these are also addictive. So if you abuse the drugs, you can get addicted to them, and then you have to stay on them, or your stats are hurt. So a really nice balance with how all of that works as well.
Life's just hard in the post-apocalypse. Now, I think we're gonna stop down for a
Sessler was really engaged with this whole drugs thing.
To them, and then you have to stay on them, or your stats are hurt. So a really nice balance with how all of that works as well.
Life's just hard in the post-apocalypse.
Apparently.
I think we're gonna stop down for a second, and we're gonna go to break and come back and see even more good stuff. And
Bro, you've been talking to him for 5 minutes. What do you mean you're going? Oh, advertising break. Okay.
I believe you have a special surprise that I don't even know about.
Just for you. It's
just for me?
Yes.
All right.
I was gonna say, what the fuck? Does he really need a Coke break that soon? But I was like, oh yeah, it's television. They get like 5 minutes of content per ad.
So we're coming up on a raider camp here. I already did the sniper rifle. Let's switch to the, let's do grenades.
Yeah, why not? Let's chuck a little grenade at him. Not gonna use VATS? Or there we go.
No, on this. Let me see. Can I get some guys over here? Yeah, we'll do it to him. See what happens.
I'm sure this looks better when it's not, you know, compressed to shit.
You know, so there's that.
Excellent weightless torso physics. Oh my god.
So it is. Oh! So it is like a
Whoa,
shooter.
You can, but then VATS is a lot of fun because you can like, okay, combat shotgun, head.
Oh!
But what makes that fun, Todd?
What was the RoboCop camera angle there?
Yeah.
Very nice. I'm sorry, Murphy. That
This
is
guy
incredible.
always messes me up. Oh, my arm's been crippled. In a stimp pack there.
So you actually get damage to various body parts. It's not just, hey, I'm losing health everywhere.
Oh, where is this guy? Let me get my sniper rifle.
I love that the patriotic radio station trudges on throughout all of this.
There's that animation bug again.
Hey, I'm losing health everywhere.
Oh, where is this guy? Let me get my sniper rifle.
I love that the patriotic radio station trudges on throughout all of this.
We will endure.
Gets in trouble. There he is.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna have to go out again. We'll do that to him. Redundant, but I want him dead.
Okay, he's got something going on with VATS. It's he's not in God mode because he's taking damage, but chat, 15% chance to the head. Fallout 3 actually does kind of lean in favor of giving the player better odds. It's not an XCOM where you lose every 95% roll, but like Todd always seems to get his man.
Redundant, but
Probably the easiest difficulty, but wait a second, are you saying the difficulty affects VATS chance, but like in a hidden way where it's like if you play on very easy and you'll hit a 15% more frequently than if you play on very hard? Because I don't think that's true.
I want him dead.
You know what, Todd? That's really not redundant.
Yeah, that's
unless awesome.
See, here's the problem. You put a period. You're putting periods at the end of your sentences. That's making me doubt you. If you put a period at the end of your sentence, that's making me think that you're being sarcastic. So I'm afraid that I'm going to have to disbelieve you.
It can be redundant.
He exploded slightly different.
Exactly,
So,
that's true.
a lot of stuff over here you got to pick up to survive, so picking up trash is important. But there are various skills in the game. So here's a container over here, and I can open this up and try some lock picking. There's also a help system.
I like that they set up the demo, but they forgot to close out the lockpicking tutorial before they did the demo. So it's popping up.
In the game you can use if you need it. But the way this works is the left stick is moving this bobby pin, and I'm trying to find the right angle for it, and then I can open up the container. That's based on your lockpicking skill and all of that. And then I can pick up these
Yeah, but so many first-person shooter games are just click button, kill guy.
mines.
Is there like a brute force type skill that you can get to just pound the box into the ground until it
No,
knocks open?
that there is really, you know, let's be stealthy and let's have this, you know, not just be a combat fest. You can also talk your way through various situations. Well, I couldn't do it with this one, but, you know, let me take
I couldn't do it with this one. What one can you do it with, Todd? Okay, but is it that the percentage changes or that the that the percentage odds are somehow behind the scenes affected? Because what I'm being told is you have a 15, it says it's 15%, but it's not actually 15% because if I'm on very easy, it's not 15%, it's actually higher, but they just still pretend that it's 15%. And anyways, I think he's trying to diss me because he's like, well, if you're always hitting VATS, that just means that you're playing on low difficulty, but I play on maxed out difficulty. 15% of the time it hits every time. True. Let's see, where are we at? This is good enough. All right. Yeah, oh yeah. Remember my anecdote about how I snuck shit into the pit? Yeah, this is that character. Alright. So hang on, let's see. Let's get ourselves into a situation where... I'm pretty sure I have like busted... Yeah, okay. So this is 85% at this distance, right? Or like 85, 83%. And it's still 85, 83%. So if what you're saying is true that gameplay difficulty affects VATS chance, like at the front end, then they should have changed that. So that's not it. So then the implication is that, I don't even know, like, at this point, how do I guess I use a gun because my gun chances are pretty bad. Fucking VATS. Okay. So I hit, so far, 1 in 4 times. I mean, that's a lot more than 35%, sure, but that's still... Alright, now let's get a feel for... Oh wait, that's very hard? That was very hard? So if that's how often I'm hitting a 35% in very hard, then if it's changing it, it should be like every time. Okay, 2 out of 4. 4 out of 7. 6 out of 11. I don't know, it feels exactly the same.
I knew I heard something.
I love the alien blaster though, because it trivializes if I can hit it. See, that's the classic thing I just said. Oh yeah, I forgot. By the way, I had already killed his wife, and they were cool with me. This game's fucking broken. Alright. Chat seems to be broken as well. PC player FOV is always whack. It's just because the models are... There's no... You need a mod to fix the models. But like, that's a normal FOV. It's the FOV for this monitor size. It's just that the models are still set up like it's 70 or 60 or whatever the default is FOV. But yeah, I'm sorry if that guy was screaming at me trying to tell me what I was doing wrong.
There we go. And we have laser weapons, so it's not just kind of like old...
One guide? It was two guys. There were two guys.
You know, old 1950s kind of weaponry.
Exactly. And so what I'm going to do here, you had asked about this, Adam, last time I was on, and I was explaining...
I believe the book's going away is caused by something Scott Adams said was happening with publishers attempting to design books that fall apart after being read one time. Looks true in the Fallout world. Okay. But, problem. Pause. These are 200-year-old books. So, like, even if they were made out of, like, really quality stuff, if they're sitting in, like, a fucking metal tube in DC, like, they're gone after, like, 20 years.
Now, let me take out this turret with some
There we go. And we have laser weapons, so it's not just kind of like old... You know, old 1950s kind of weaponry.
Exactly. And so what I'm going to do here, you had asked about this, Adam, last time I was on, and I was explaining some of the weapons you can make, including the rocket launcher.
Okay, he wasn't talking about Adam Sessler's drug problem. Okay, we just paused before he specified what Adam had asked about.
This is a weapon you can build. So you build it out of a wood chipper and a leaf blower. You're going to see the Mr. Chipper there.
You can build your own weapons in the game.
This is a weapon you can build, and then when you go to load it up, it goes in your inventory and finds all the crap you have, like this lunchbox and all these stuffed animals. All right, and then you can use this, and launch things at
By the way, they market this thing a lot for how much I've never ever used it.
People and be like, okay, I'm gonna, give you the lunchbox, and then
that has a different meaning in my world.
She's kind of cowering for me.
Whoa,
pelting with teddy
Adam, what does that mean?
bears, and you can do this in VATS, which just it gets a little ridiculous.
Now, okay, but Todd, I could do this, or I could use that laser rifle you just showed was like 3-shotting every enemy.
Let me target her head. Come on. All right, we'll go for the chest.
Even in the fucking demo, they're having difficulty with the fucking limb targeting.
And then give her some teddy bears and VATS.
Oh my!
Teddy bears. So that was for you.
No.
That was one of those things that would be like a novelty, but like today we would just ask the obvious question: why would shooting a teddy bear at somebody kill them like that?
Thank you, Todd. Now I know that was special, but special usually means like, oh, it has a bow around it. That, you just shot teddy bears in an M-rated game.
And then you can walk all the way down to the city, ride the elevator to the top of the Washington Monument there. Wow. So it's a huge open game.
Todd gets back to the script.
Just like our previous stuff, you can go anywhere and do what you want.
And when you say you can go there, you're saying you can go there without much loading or with any loading at all?
In that case, because the city is, you have to go through the metro tunnels, so you're going to have to go through a load, which is a level that you play through.
Guys, Adam Sessler just asked an important question. Adam Sessler just thought to ask, hey, can you go there without any loading screens? That might be the first time in every Adam Sessler... to be fair, we've only seen like 3. Adam Sessler actually asking a decent question. Can I go there without a loading screen? Good for him. He's batting 1 in 100, but you know.
Full of ghouls and scary things like that.
I don't think the US built the sentry bots like that. I don't think that's what they're supposed to look like. No, it's worse. He has a head. It's just, for some reason, his head is down by his dick.
Now, Todd, we got about 3 minutes left, so I'd love to see.
Okay, we have plenty of time here, so.
Oh, goody. So this is a regular missile launcher that fires true weapons and not
not teddy bears.
Not explosive teddy bears.
So these sentry bots, these are kind of these roving tanks that are out in the wasteland, these pre-war robots.
I feel like we've touched on so much from VATS to enemies to approaches to things to making on weapons. But what about the moral decisions that you have to make throughout Fallout?
Yeah, you know, you can be...
Yeah, you know, that's just, it's not part of this demo, okay? Don't worry about it.
Be a good or bad person, depending on who you side.
Why are they timing him? Is this live? Yes. This was G4, which was on television. Well, you're watching something that was broadcast on television.
With the things you do, you know, if you do quests and help people out versus shooting them in the head,
with teddy
you'll
bears.
be a good person or a bad person, and then maybe you'll become friends with the Brotherhood of Steel, who's made the Pentagon down here. They're like their own.
Look at him, dude. Todd Howard, right back to the script, bro. Legitimately, Todd Howard would be a better stage actor than like half of the people I knew who did it. It's like he completely improvised that back into being on script, on cue.
Personal fortress. Become a person, depending on who you side with or the things you do. You know, if you do quests and help people out versus shooting them in the head, you'll be a good person or a bad person, and then maybe become friends with the Brotherhood of Steel, who's made the Pentagon down here. They're like their own personal fortress.
Listen, he's just foreshadowing Broken Steel, okay? Maybe become friends with the Brotherhood of Steel. Listen, you control the buttons you press. You could not, you could just not do the main quest.
But you have to watch out for, you know, certain bad guys, like here come the Enclave. These are one of the, you asked about that iBot, they're one of the main...
Look at him go. This is why Todd Howard makes the big bucks.
Bad guys in the game.
He had a lot of media training. I legitimately think that Todd Howard was a natural, or is a natural when it comes to advertising.
And did it say that you discovered a new radio station or that you picked up a new signal?
I did. So those you get a message when you pick up a new broadcast, and then I can turn on my Pip-Boy and listen to that. It's a good way to pick up quests where they're, you know, we're kind of lead you to a new quest.
Oh, sure.
Based on, you know, hearing somebody who needs some help.
I think it's about the audience. You're about to nuke this guy.
Yeah, so I have the Fat Man, my mini nuke launcher.
Yeah, I have a mini nuke launcher.
Yeah, you know, that's fun for cleaning up in the hard battles like this one, so we'll let him have it.
Oh, nice. Let's see it. Come on. Oh, yeah.
The Enclave. They've spotted me.
Wow. Real nice in this game.
You can do some of this and just, you know, shoot a stripe in the air.
Is that going to come straight down?
You know, play the hibachi chef catch. And then there goes you. Sometimes my leg comes down on top of me, but okay.
Thank you.
That's the game.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Woo! Awesome. Game journalists were such sluts in 2008. All right. G4, do I have a thing for them? No. What about Adam Sessler? No. That's okay. Adam Sessler's not the most relevant person anymore. So yeah, alright, G4 at E3. Yes, we have. Alright. Who wants to do some New Vegas stuff?
Jason Bergman from Bethesda, and as you can maybe...
Alright. Oh no, I'll leave that open. How did they kill E3? E3 was a joke. Like, E3 seems pretty big, but E3 was broadly considered to be a joke by most people in the professional side of the industry for several years before it died. I am using Obsidian MD. Alrighty.
You can tell by the shirt, he's here to show off Fallout New Vegas. Jason, thank you for joining us up here.
It is my pleasure to be here.
Oh man, we're glad to have you here. We're excited to see this demo, Fallout New Vegas.
This was a really weird time period at E3 too, where does anybody remember when like half of E3 would take place on the days after the like main show? So there would be the main show and that would be the biggest games. And then there would be like 3 days of these types of like interviews. And this would actually be the showcase. Like there was tons of stuff, like tons of really recognizable games that were never main stage at E3 during this time period. This was how they were showcased.
Much anticipated title. Can you give us a hint of what we're going to see today?
Sure. So Fallout New Vegas is follow-up to Fallout 3. It takes place on the West Coast, not the East Coast, and we're set in the Las Vegas area. And we kind of established in Fallout New Vegas that nukes never actually hit the Vegas area. So we've got a...
It's interesting that they got a Bethesda guy here to showcase it. I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Fully functioning
but like,
Las Vegas Strip. Hoover Dam has power, and so what we're actually going to show you here in a couple of seconds is we're going to show you a fully functioning Las Vegas Strip.
Why is John New Vegas back there? What's he doing?
In the post-apocalypse.
I don't know if my brain's going to be able to handle like a functioning civilization.
It is pretty crazy, and you know it's.
I don't know if my brain's going to be able to handle a functioning civilization. Do you think that he kind of... Do you think he felt a tinge of regret after saying that? When he thought about it?
The strip itself is this little isolated oasis within the wasteland. And we've got casinos, we've got everything you expect from the strip.
Of course, if something's going to survive the nuclear holocaust.
Of course. And actually, we do over the course of the storyline of the game explain why the Vegas Strip was saved when the nukes fell.
Okay.
So it does actually tie into our storyline.
Well, I'll look forward to hearing about that, but here we are, folks.
Yeah, so you can see right there, that is the strip.
More glittering lights than you saw in the entirety of Fallout 3.
That's correct. I mean, this is what happens when Hoover Dam doesn't get hit by nukes. So we've got the Tops Casino there. That's our Rat Pack themed casino. Think like early 60s, Ocean's 11.
Nice. Is that the Vault 21?
Vault 21, yeah. So Vault 21 is one of the original vaults. Mr. House, who's our Howard Hughes type character, decided he wanted to acquire Vault 21. A lot of the vaults had these experiments with them. And the Vault 21 experiment was all conflicts between gambling. So Mr. House bet them for control over the vault, and House always wins. So that's how we acquired it.
I like that.
So we turned it into a themed hotel.
Turned it into a themed hotel, which of course, what better theme for
Exactly. So the Lucky 38 is actually, that's House's. House has pulled himself up in there, and nobody's been inside there in decades. The player is the first person to enter the Lucky 38.
In that whole tower there?
That whole tower.
That's his personal fortress?
Yes, he's very much like Howard Hughes.
Oh my.
Here we have some female NCR officers blowing off a little bit of steam. They're exactly, they're getting out. Yeah. Behind them, that's the Ultralux. That's our super high-end
God, this is so
casino.
fucking
We
boring.
do have lots of casinos in this world.
This is just like background lore. Like, I can't imagine this was good for the marketing. I feel like New Vegas was largely riding on being a sequel to Fallout 3 more so than like that any of the marketing for this was good, because this is the demo. Like, this is not the time for this type of thing.
All of them, you can go in, you can gamble. Each of these are controlled by a different minor faction. That they have their own quests associated with them, and we have a reputation system that lets you build reputation with each minor and major factions in the game.
Now, who's this Robo Officer Krupke right here?
So that's Securitron. The reason that the script itself is so well policed is because House is so in control of the script, and he controls everything remotely because he's never left the Lucky 38 by his Securitron army. And those robots there with the big TV screen, what the image on the screen is the current personality of the robot. And so what you're looking at right there is a guard robot right now. Hence the policeman image on the screen.
All right, so we're going to say for the, you know,
hey,
accolades we're cutting loose?
Tourism. You know, even in the post-apocalypse, there's money to be made, and so there's a tourist industry.
Absolutely. And now, so we're going into one of the casinos now?
Yes, we're going into the Tops, which is a rat pack themed casino.
All right, and is that, what's the faction that controls Tops?
So that's the chairman, of course.
The chairman.
Yes.
Chairman.
You know, again, think Frank Sinatra.
Yep, that makes sense.
All right, so we'll just be going in there in just a second.
Chairman Reader.
All right, we got a bug in the demo.
So, please ignore that. Here we go. So this is the chairman greeter. As soon as you walk in the casino, they take away all your weapons. So you can see, it's very Ocean's 11 style. We're gonna head towards the right here, and there's a gambling floor. So we'll actually show you some of our various ways to gamble. Yeah, the character that Pete here is playing as has a maxed out luck stat, just for demo purposes. So he's gonna play some blackjack, but he's probably gonna do exceptionally well. You know,
He's a very lucky fellow.
He is a very lucky fellow. It's gonna be pretty hard. I mean, we do offer.
Double down.
Did
he double down?
Very lucky fellow.
He is a very lucky fellow.
Bets.
It's going to be pretty hard. I mean, we do
He doubles
offer
down.
ways of
It's 20. He breaks even.
temporarily increasing your luck. But you know, if you want to start the game and you know you're going to gamble, then when you set up your special, you can max that out from the very beginning.
Now, luck is a familiar skill.
Yeah, well, it's sorry, stat. We'll get emails about it. It is a stat. It's a special
Are you
stat.
asking if it looks less worn out in the real casino?
Players who got into Fallout 3 can recognize the stat?
Yes, well, it's the L in special. Special, of course, standing for all the various stats you create at the start of the game.
So familiar stuff there. All right, how are we doing here?
We're doing good. Hey, he's already won. So just like a real casino, as you do well, you'll get comped. So, you know, you'll get a free drink, then you'll get a meal, maybe you'll get a suite for the night. But eventually, though, you're going to break the bank, and the casino's going to ask you to leave.
You're going to say, you know what, I'm going to keep something, keep it in check. And now with your free meal, I imagine you're not talking about stewed squirrel.
No, it's ramen steak, so the very best.
Naturally.
Yes.
I love that this demo is showcasing the dumb, like, inconsistent UI of all the different games. So it's like you can't max bet at roulette.
For the high rollers.
Here we have roulette. You know, even with the high luck.
So he just bets one. He couldn't actually max bet like he did at the poker table. So he just bets one.
Roulette is still roulette. 36-1 odds are not going to change that much, even with that nice little added bonus to it.
We got a question coming in from Callum in England, wondering, you know, being that this is Vegas, in addition to casinos, are we going to see any gentlemen's clubs?
Of course we are. One of our casinos is Gomorrah, and Gomorrah is run by the Omertas, which are kind of our mafia. That is our den of sin. So we got strip clubs in there. We got prostitution for men and women because the player can be either gender, and either gender can choose to hire either gender.
This is somehow unique to this game.
Yeah,
I mean,
all
like,
encompassing in this world.
Absolutely.
I guess at E3 2010 this is unique. I will give them credit.
Eclipse is a
I don't think Bethesda knew how to market New Vegas.
somewhat utopian place now.
Exactly.
My YouTube recommendations on this temporary little account is a little messed up. New Vegas is better than Bugthesdards are able to comprehend. I wonder why New Vegas fans have a bad reputation.
Well, certainly, and all right, so you've got the different factions playing off each other. Now, let's say you maybe misbehave inside the Tops. Is that gonna...
I love the, I assume, Guitar Hero playing in the background.
That's gonna have consequences for you.
Well, it's certainly going to have consequences with the chairman. They're not going to appreciate that very much.
How would you market New Vegas? I would market it very similar to what they did. Like, okay. You pick out a combat sequence. You load the save. They do the combat sequence. That's how you start the demo. And then like 5, maybe 6 minutes in, after you finish the combat part, then you do like go to the strip and like, hey, and we've got gambling too. That's unique. How many games got gambling in it?
You have your weapons taken away from you right when you walk into the casino. Okay. However, just outside the casino is a sleazy guy named Mr. Holdout. He offers to sell you small weapons that you can conceal on yourself. And if you actually have a high enough sneak stat, sneak skill, sorry, again, I will get it now. You can sneak in larger weapons, even as much as a rifle.
Oh, wow. That's one sneaky dude.
Yeah, everybody can sneak in things like, switchblade or knife or brass knuckles. You never want to be unarmed in this world. This is a dangerous place to be.
Especially when you're
All of
heading
them?
out of town.
Yeah, you need to play all of the combat sequences in New Vegas as part of your marketing.
Which it looks like we're doing now. So
Yeah,
what are we setting
this
up
area here, we're joining up with the NCR, with the New California Republic, and we're going to assault a town called Nelson. Nelson used to be an NCR outpost before it
Why
was
are we,
taken over by
guys? Why are we using
Caesar's
caravan
Legion.
shotguns?
And Caesar's Legion, they're our
Oh,
bad
hey, Boo.
faction in the game. These are not nice guys. They're this pseudo-Roman military faction.
Like, you're telling me that Todd isn't natural at it, but like Todd would be talking about Boone right now.
They rolled into town, they burned it to the ground, they crucified the NCR officers that are there. The NCR had to flee and head off and set up camp elsewhere. What you're looking at right here, this is our companion wheel. We have new companions, they're actually a big part of the game now. There are 7 possible companions you can have. Each one of them has their own storyline. They follow you around, we've improved the AI.
Hey, they're not new, okay? They're just drastically improved.
When it comes to combat, but they also grant ability to the player, new perks as you go through their personal quests, because they all have their own loyalty missions. You upgrade the companion.
Oh, no, it makes them a little sharper.
They're a little sharper in combat.
Oh yeah, true. What do you mean the Legion are bad guys? I don't understand. What do you mean the Legion are the bad guys?
Grant you new abilities. And so with the companion wheel, though, we're letting players easily give commands before you'd have to go through a dialogue tree. And so if you're in combat and you need to give your guy health, you can run right up to him, hit the companion wheel, and give him a couple syntax.
Boom, there you go.
Exactly.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't help that this guy has like a 3 in charisma.
You don't have to interrupt and say, "Excuse me, how are you doing? Perhaps you would like to use
Chat, can we get an Alway true to Kaisar?
this impact."
So we're actually going to back out of here, and we're going to go take on Nelson. We've got the NCR backing us up. We're going to...
People are like, why is your fucking FOV so wide? And then I'm watching this and like getting motion sick from him like turning the
back
camera.
out of here, and we're going to go take on Nelson. We've
Like,
got the NCR backing us up. Sign up. Here with Sergeant Cooper. We're going to roll in, and we're going to assault the town.
Now I'm looking forward to that. I got a question coming in from Katie Wilson in New Mexico. How big is the game world compared to Fallout 3?
We are roughly the same size game as Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is a very big game.
It's very big.
We are a very, very big game.
Fallout 3 was a very big game, according to Bethesda.
Well, our world map is almost exactly the same size. We have.
It's pretty clear the designers thought the Legion was the evil faction, which is why Kaisar is neutral karma. No, I don't think Obsidian fully thought that the Legion was like irreprehensible evil bad guys. There is stuff where they talk about like, yeah, the Legion do things that are evil, but I don't think that they were. Remember, this is not an Obsidian developer. This is a senior producer at Bethesda Softworks. So not somebody that worked on Fallout. Actually, I don't know if it's somebody that... His name was familiar. I can look it up. Jason. Yeah, I knew I recognized his name. He's got another interview he did. But I'm 95% he was I mean, the title card introduced him as a senior producer at Bethesda Softworks. But this credits him. Okay. Bethesda's Jason Bergman, producer for Fallout New Vegas. So he works at Bethesda Softworks, but he's a producer at Obsidian during this time period.
Almost exactly the same number of locations. We've got more quests than Fallout 3 did, although we calculate them out a little differently. Fallout 3 would have like one quest that stretched over a long period of time. We have small...
Okay, no, hold on. Fallout 3 has one quest that stretches out over a long period of time. Let's not be a little disingenuous here. It's weird that, like, why in the... Hang on. God. Why in the marketing for New Vegas are we playing defense for Fallout 3, right? If our goal is to sit down and advertise Fallout 3, surely you would be like, yeah, New Vegas has more quests than Fallout 3, full stop. There would be no like, Well, Fallout 3 has less quests, but they're bigger quests that go on for longer. Like, what is the weird defense of Fallout 3 in the marketing of Fallout New Vegas? Fallout 3 doesn't need to be defended here because the goal, like, this is not an outlet of fans fighting about which game is better because Fallout New Vegas isn't even out yet. This is just, like, the goal here is to sell New Vegas.
Smaller quests that connect to each other because we kind of branch differently.
I think Todd's playing this one too.
Over a long period of time, we have smaller quests that connect to each other because we kind of branch differently. We've got more dialogue in the game. We've got 40% more dialogue because we have so many different options.
Hey, Jason, why is there 40% more dialogue in Fallout New Vegas? Is there any reason? Is there any particular reason that might be?
To do among those quests. So this is a very, very big game. There's a lot to do.
Wait, is he using the weird aiming setting instead of iron sights?
So many different options to do among those quests. So this is a very, very
Yeah, I don't
big
know
game.
what's going
There's
on
a lot
here.
to
I don't
do.
even, what gun is this?
Other than just walking around, I mean, we've got gambling, we've got mini games, we got tons of stuff in this game.
No doubt, and including gunning people down
Nice controller aiming.
with what looks like some kind of light machine gun.
That is the light machine gun, actually. Good call on
Yes,
that.
video game.
So what you're seeing here is iron sights. We've actually tuned all the weapons now to work better outside of VATS. We know people love VATS, and we still have VATS, but a lot of people wanted to play it more like a first-person shooter. So we've actually tuned all the guns so they work better that way. We've got...
I swear that gun's from Dead Money. I could be wrong, obviously. But I certainly never went for it because I'm not a big fan of using lots of ammo.
all of our weapons now, except for the ones that are shot from the hip, like our really, really big ones, have iron sights. And for that, I mean, it's more like you would find in a regular first-person shooter. Like
Hey,
Halo.
what's going on here? That's interesting. So the UI was different? It didn't
sights.
pause
And
the
for
game?
that, I mean, it's more like you would...
Why does it seem like it pauses the game for a second? Hang on. So this is funny. So in the screen, in the recording, you can see that there's screen tearing. So the screen tears here. This is, the top part is the previous frame, and the bottom part is it loading the next frame, and the seam in the middle is it tearing. And then we go to the next frame in the recording, and you see that, like, this is what it normally does, but then, like, you see there's no button prompt to dismiss it, because what you do in the game is you press a button to dismiss it. So then the blur goes away, and the gameplay continues.
You would find in a regular first-person shooter like Halo.
That's exciting.
That's
now,
weird.
Or is this a laser plasma type thing we're seeing?
Yes, it is. This is one of our plasma guns. It is crazy powerful. It will melt enemies.
Yeah, Michael Hudson.
I love that, you know what song they're playing in the background of this right now? It's probably one of my favorite songs from Fallout, and it's just being kind of drowned out. It's a song from Fallout 1 that plays when you're in the Brotherhood area. It's called Metallic Monks. It's one of my favorite songs, because they use it really well in Dead Money in the conclusion. But it's just kind of being, like,
Yorktown is
drowned out by, like, the sound of the crowd and what's going on.
Yeah, Michael Hudson from Yorktown is asking about new weapons. Can you give us, you know, maybe a highlight of one particular that's a favorite of yours that we're not going to see here?
Plasma weapons are so good, but they look so fucking bad.
Well, I mean, we might see it. My favorite personal weapon right now is the anti-material rifle, which is a
Lame.
huge sniper rifle. I mean,
Lame. The lamest
it's
pick
just
possible.
ridiculously large. And it is a crazy powerful. There it is. It is a crazy powerful sniper rifle. And actually, if he can jump to third person here, if you hit the shoulder button, the left shoulder button, that'll jump you into third person. And when you fire that from the hip, if you just fire it boom, you actually get knocked back. It's so powerful. It's just crazy how powerful.
Is that in the... My Fallout New Vegas is frozen because now I gotta remember who. Yeah, okay, you had the gun. This was the gun builds. Firing like that is gonna break something for sure. It'll just go like flying out of your arms. Don't put it up against your dick and pull the trigger. Hope this doesn't break the chat again. Huh. Never knew that. Probably because is there ever a sequence where you see an enemy using it against you? Well, no, because enemies don't usually hip fire. They usually aim. So they're gonna, even if you saw them using it, that's the animation they would use. See, chat, before you give me shit, I did hit him. Don't worry, I've had a... There we go. Threat disabled. God damn. Why don't people play Fallout in third person? Maybe it's because I put the fucking sight on it and I pull the trigger and I could see the bullet hitting not him. Like, look at that. It was on him. It hits over there. Finally. Fuck me. Alright, and we're gonna have to... Oh, there goes chat. Is your VTuber a legionary? No, it's Caesar.
By the way, we've tweaked the
Or Kaiser.
camera to make it more useful. We found that people did want to play in third person, and so we've made it so you can. The targeting is now accurate in third person.
That was really unfortunate for him.
That's excellent.
We made it much more useful.
Over the shoulder looks, much more of a natural fit.
Yes, and for some people, that's what they want to do, so we're accommodating that.
Wonderful.
Go ahead, coward. Use this fucking anti-material rifle in third person.
I also noticed that
it's like you're playing low-level Morrowind. I mean, like, I get why it is the way it is, because if you're hip firing, it's not really supposed to hit, but it just doesn't control very well.
HUD, you guys have gone with sort of this, the same style, only it's like a pale yellow instead of the bright green.
It's the amber color we went with.
A little more of the desert.
Exactly. We figured you're going to be out in the desert, so we wanted to tune that a bit.
Omar from Karachi is wondering about skills that could increase your, you're talking about basically increase your iron sight effectiveness. You're talking about how you're enabling players to play from third person view, how you're allowing them to play more like a first person shooter. Any skills tie into that?
Not directly to iron sights in particular, but I mean all the skills that affect combat certainly affect real-time combat. So things like perception and strength now.
Cuts away from the loading screen.
Weapons do have a strength requirement, especially larger weapons. And these are all things you'll want to build up if you're a very combat-centric player. But you don't have to be. That's the thing. I mean, if you want to play this game entirely as a pacifist, you can. We're letting you do that.
No kidding.
Wow, that loading screen wasn't too bad.
No gunplay?
If that's what you want to do, you can do that. It's going to be extremely difficult. On the other hand, we're also letting players play as the complete badass. We have 2,200 characters in the game, and all of them but one can be killed. So we are doing everything we can.
Do I smell an achievement?
There was somebody when Ardenfall was being marketed, because Ardenfall has the same thing, and they were like, what kind of fucking psychopath would want to kill all of the NPCs? Why would that be a marketable feature? Or where's the longer trailer? No ads, please. Goes into a loading screen just to instantly go into another. Yeah, like this demo is not very well... not this demo, this is the Ardenfall. This demo, the New Vegas one. It's not very well sequenced out. Let's see, where's the part? Yeah, there was somebody who had like a real big issue with this. Was there something early on you guys wanted to see?
Would be an achievement for that.
Mass genocide of the
Yes.
Fallout New Vegas
So
world.
if you want to be evil, we're letting you be extremely evil.
And speaking of evil, right at the end there, it looked like there's a fairly evil-looking thing that the player was holding on to.
Bladed Gauntlet. That's actually
the bladed
Gauntlet is it's
Every character being killable doesn't really add much. I think it adds everything. Because, I mean, for one, it showcases that you had a design mentality that emphasized player freedom over... Oh no, I can't anticipate that my player might want to kill this NPC, so I'm going to make them invulnerable or a ghost that bullets fly through.
It's a kind of a piecemeal weapon where it's a giant fist that has blades coming out of it, and it's a melee weapon. And like all our melee weapons, you can learn special moves that can be used in VATS. And so that one has an uppercut that just kind of goes like that and guts guys. It's pretty crazy.
Now, weapon crafting, fallen blueprints, is that we still see
have
that?
an extensive crafting mechanic in this game. We actually have an entire skill called...
It's so extensive that the fucking UI, like... It exposes the limits of Fallout 3's user interface.
Called survival that directly affects crafting. In this game, you can go up to workbenches again, but also anywhere you see a campfire, you can walk up to them and you can build potions, things like healing powders. You can do poisons that you can add to your weapons. All kinds of things can be built. Absolutely. We know people like crafting, and we want to fully embrace that.
No, you can't do that. He's important for precisely 15 minutes of content 30 hours in. That, again, it was so perplexing in Starfield that there were so many essential NPCs in a game where that emphasized its New Game Plus mode.
Fantastic. All right, one last question.
This isn't live gameplay, but he was hang on, he was giving instructions to the guy playing. We're at 12:45. Where's the part where he goes into third person?
When you fire that,
in particular, that's a favorite of you,
which is a huge sniper rifle. I mean, it's just ridiculously large, and it is a crazy powerful. There it is. It is a crazy powerful sniper rifle. And actually, if you can jump to third person here, if you hit the shoulder button, the left shoulder button, that'll jump you into third person.
Yeah, he's like giving the guy playing instructions on like what to do.
Fantastic. All right, one last question here. A lot of folks are asking about connections with other games, notably Alberto from Spain. Does Fallout 3 save data play role, or does, are the connections only to the previous Fallout?
We're not letting players import save data or anything like that. Okay. We do have connections story-wise, but they're very, very minor. Yep. News travels very, very slowly in this world, so even though we are a couple of years after the...
What's all the connections between the two games? I know Edie.
Events of Fallout 3, there's no airplanes and there are no cars, so these...
Essential NPCs would have been forgiven if the writing was top class. It's kind of hard to agree. Because there's not really an example of that.
The Pony Express isn't back and running?
No.
Enclave Remnants, but that's a reference to Fallout 2, so no.
Although we do actually have Mojave Express here.
The Mojave Express?
Yes, but that's only within the Mojave Wasteland.
All right, excellent. So you can, maybe do some courier jobs.
Yes, you can actually earn some money on the side that way.
All right, excellent, Jason.
The Wasteland Survival Guide. Yeah, I guess that is true.
Well, anything else before we wrap it up here? Anything else you want to tell us about Fallout New Vegas?
Just that it's a very large, very, very fun game. I mean, if you like Fallout 3, if you like this world, if you like open world RPGs in general, you are going to love Fallout New Vegas.
You guys are really making a strong bid for like tens and tens of my hours later this year.
No, we've got hundreds. If you go through everything, I mean, our storyline branches very significantly.
Okay, listen. I love Fallout New Vegas. Replaying it for this video has reminded me of that. Hundreds.
So to play everything, you're going to need to play it at least twice, usually 3 or more times. So
it's not looking good for my availability later this year. And speaking of later this year, the date we can play Fallout New Vegas.
In America, we'll be out on October 19th. In Europe, it's October 22nd.
All right, late October. Jason, oh, thank you so much. And a dramatic ending. Wow.
Oh, and look at that. That's C4, by the way. That's one of our other new weapons. That is just fantastic. You can pickpocket people and leave C4 on them. You can do it to multiple people, so you can go around an entire town, give them all C4, hit the detonate.
Would anyone care about Fallout New Vegas writing if they couldn't kill President Kimball or Mr. House? I feel like it would be a huge detriment to Fallout New Vegas if you couldn't kill Kimball or Mr. House. If you couldn't kill Kimball, for one, because there's a fucking quest to kill Kimball, so...
And they all go flying. It's pretty awesome.
Now, that's the kind of thing you want to be able to record.
Exactly.
Precious memories. Jason, thank you so much for coming by and showing off Fallout New Vegas.
Pleasure.
Looking great. All right, folks, up next is Back Out.
Wow, that was a whole lot of nothing. Kind of impressive. All right, let's see. If you don't have fast travel, that's a good estimate. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that line of thinking. Oh, here she is. Here she is, private sessions. Someone
Welcome back
at private sessions.
to IGN's E3 live show. 3 days of gaming goodness streamed straight to you on e3.ign.com.
I do fast travel a lot in New Vegas. I fast travel a lot in 3 too.
And on YouTube. Fallout 3 is loved by both critics and gamers alike. After all,
There's that savage troll. Don't do her like that.
it was IGN's Game of the Year for 2008. Now the post-apocalyptic world is back with Obsidian's Fallout
She is popping like crazy.
New Vegas. With us, our creative
I
director
guess I can't speak too much.
Chris Avalon. I hope I got that right. And executive producer Larry Liberty.
Are you kidding me? I hope I got that right. Are you a professional? If you don't, you're a professional person who like presents this type of information. Surely if you were on the fence about how someone's name was said and like they were right there, like you're introducing them, you would ask them before the broadcast.
Who has the best last name ever.
What's up, guys? Thanks for joining us. We've seen a lot of Fallout New Vegas, but I think today we're going to see something a little bit special. We're going to get into a little bit of the strip. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Well, at least if Chris Avalon's here, it might be interesting.
Okay, cool. So let's head on to the strip. What are we going to find there that's going to be really special in the Fallout world this time?
One thing you're going to notice as soon as you head out to the strip in New Vegas, you're going to notice a different feel in the eastern seaboard of Washington, D.C. Because Las Vegas was not actually hit by the nuclear warheads that hit a lot of the East Coast.
Whoa, hold on. Listen, 7 got through.
And there's a story reason why the nuclear warheads didn't fall on Vegas, which you'll discover over the course of the game. But the thing about that is it's allowed the infrastructure for the city to be built up, power is restored, and much of the old world feel in Vegas is actually still there in the present. But the player digs around a bit, they'll be able to find sort of the city underbelly and kind of the cool things that are going on in the city.
So I guess most importantly, when you hit the strip, the casinos.
Absolutely. Each of the casinos here sort of has their own particular vice that they're catering to. So for example, the Lucky 38 casino that you have off to the right, that's actually sort of our version of the...
So we didn't even need to listen to Dweebus Maximus. We could have just listened to Chris Avalone explain all
The
this.
Washington Monument in New Vegas. At the top of the tower there is where the sort of overlord of Vegas, Mr. House, resides. And these sort of monsters that are all in Vegas with Securitron robots that sort of keep the peace and make sure that everyone's spending money and that money's going in the right direction, right into Mr. House's bank.
So casinos have a lot of money, obviously. I have done a little research into New Vegas, and it turns out that there's not just one currency in this game.
Yes, there are actually multiple currencies. Our project director, Josh Sawyer, actually set up different currencies for each of the factions that are present in the game. So, for example, for one faction, the New California Republic, for which I'm wearing a fine shirt, they have its own currency, the NCR Bucks, and then the Caesar's Legion, one of the other factions.
In story-focused video games with light RPG mechanics, almost always having unkillable NPCs until you can doesn't make them bad. I mean, in those cases, you're usually describing something like, I don't know, a Dragon Age Origins or a Mass Effect, right? In those cases, it's not bad, but those are also not billed as do-what-you-want type simulators. Whereas when you have something like New Vegas, you know, it benefits a lot from having that as a design focus.
Actually mints its own currency.
So what's to stop me from going into the casino and just looting it? Because Fallout's all about heavily armored guards and having a lot of weapons. So what's going to stop me from just blowing the hell out of every casino?
Well, you know what? Nothing's going to stop you. It's actually true to Fallout that if you want to go into a casino guns blazing and wipe everyone out, you're absolutely allowed to do that. However, the casinos on the Strip are all about keeping the peace. So what they want to do is they have a strict no weapons policy for entering casinos. So they'll pat you down when you come to the door. But if you have a high sneak skill, or if you happen to purchase special holdout weapons like switchblades or brass knuckles, you can slip those by the guard. So in case you get into a firefight, you're all equipped.
So maybe you can talk to me a little bit about gambling and how that works inside.
Oh, well, basically, the way the gambling minigames work in New Vegas, we have all the standard minigames that are present in Fallout 3, like we have lockpicking and computer hacking. What we wanted to do is, because we had an opportunity to actually add more minigames to New Vegas, what we actually wanted to do was, you know what, if people are coming to Vegas, they are going to want to gamble, just like they've done in previous Fallout titles. So what we try to do is include things like roulette, blackjack, slots. We even have a caravan card game that you can actually play with various people out in the wasteland as well.
Now, is there any differentiation between which casinos you gamble at? Will they offer you different games or maybe change the rules up a little bit?
A lot of the casinos sort of have their own particular vibe about them. They offer different services and they'll sell different things to the player. The actual slot machines and the roulette tables and things like that are pretty consistent from casino to casino, although the different quest lines and characters you can interact with are much, much different. So, for example, Larry's entered the Tops Casino right now, which sort of has a Rat Pack, sort of evil Frank Sinatra vibe about it. So when you go in there, you know, it's kind of like the 50s kind of Sinatra feel to it. And he's going to go up and try to play a little bit of blackjack here, for example. We actually got really fortunate because our gameplay programmer who's actually setting up these minigames, his previous job was actually working on gambling titles. So when the task came up, he was able to take care of it with no problem.
So what we have here is real cards, which a lot of people were hoping to see when the game was first unveiled.
Yes. So we wanted people that actually come to Vegas in this Fallout title. We want them to be entertained.
I mean, that's an interesting point. When I was in Vegas, there were almost no casinos that were dealing with real cards. Everything was like dealers playing through digital tables, and I was just like, what the fuck's the point? Isn't the point of going to Vegas to play with real cards and have the chips and get that experience, right? Am I crazy to want to go to Vegas and see like actual games of like poker and blackjack being played with real cards? What casino were you in? Dude, I went in half the casinos on the Strip because they're designed... The Strip is designed where if you're trying to go down it, the easiest way in a lot of cases is to go through the casinos. And so like, I went in half of the casinos and there was the odd table where you could play like physical blackjack, but a lot of them were just like digital simulacrums of it.
And have fun. And you know what? If they keep gambling at the tables, they'll be comped with drinks, dinners, and they'll even be able to get a key to their own room upstairs if they're a special high roller.
So it's just like the real thing.
Exactly. Hey, if you come to Vegas, you want to be entertained.
Yeah, except maybe I can win in this one.
The most interesting thing that I saw when I was in Vegas was the fucking monorail. The monorail is kind of cool. There's a part where it like goes through a building, which is neat.
Things about it too is actually, aside from all the comp stuff they'll give you, if you find yourself cheating at the various games, or if you end up winning too much money, the floor manager will actually show up and give you the thumb behind the back and go, you know what, sir, you need to leave.
That's cool. So the other thing I wanted to see today is maybe you can take us back outside and show us a little bit of the weaponry in New Vegas.
Oh, absolutely. So Larry has a full arsenal of weapons from the game. There's a few that we're going to highlight here. Larry's a particular expert with C4 explosives, which for stealth characters is a lot of fun because you can actually sneak up an opponent, put C4 in their inventory, then walk a good distance away, get a good vantage point, set them off with a detonator, and then just watch them all go off like fireworks. Larry's also got access to a grenade launcher, a multi-plasma rifle, and even a 9-iron golf club in his inventory. So I
think we have time to see about one of those. So let's pick the coolest thing that we can show.
Larry, it's your choice.
I mean, there is a thing that you can say that like, because there's not like they didn't put a ton of work into a demo, they had to put more of the work into the game, and that kind of makes sense. They're more I think they were more focused on making the game good than making the game marketable, but then you end up with these awkward situations where this game is really difficult to market. It looked like a 360 controller to me. That thing was like a flat, white plastic.
Where do we just enter right now?
The Xbox One controller was like a big step up in like adding kind of layers and textures to the look of it to make it more recognizable.
We actually entered the Tops Casino again.
But yeah, like that little adapter bit where it's plugged into the controller, that has to be a 360, like a regular 360 controller.
Actually, the guards were so good about stripping Larry of his weapons when he entered the casino. They're actually holding onto his whole arsenal of weapons right now.
So you just gotta go get it back.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, fella, welcome. Have a good.
Word of mouth is always better than marketing. Yeah, but how well did that work for Avowed? Did word of mouth help Avowed, or did word of mouth absolutely fucking betray Avowed? The Good Spring segment would have been good to show. You know, okay, I don't think about this with New Vegas because I didn't know this was a problem, but I was thinking about, like... I was thinking about making a video on my channel at some point of what Starfield Direct should have been in order to market the game and actually set the expectations. Did anyone play Avowed because of word of mouth? I know a few people who did because I said that it wasn't absolute dog shit. And most of them agreed afterwards that, like, yeah, it wasn't absolute dog shit. But a lot of people's opinions on Avowed, I'm telling you right now, are informed by watching videos of people who just said that it was bad.
Enjoying this thing? Relax.
Awesome.
Have a good.
That's not the voice actor he has later on. It wasn't absolute dog shit is a pretty sad reason to play a game. You know, it's the same debate every time. My whole point with it was, there are people out there who legitimately think that Avowed is one of the worst games ever made because of word of mouth, right? And if I say, like, I can say it's not the worst game that's ever made, and also what I actually think it is, which I think it's an alright game. I think if you're into like mid-2000s BioWare games, you'd probably like it, okay? But I can absolutely clarify that yes, it's not the absolute worst dogshit game of all time. Because there was a very legitimate, like, perception that the mainstream gaming audience had that Avowed is like this just awful, terrible, abysmal, completely unplayable game.
Were you able to get your weapons back?
Oh, this is what I think of Avowed. I think Avowed is a better game than the Outer Worlds. That's what I think of Avowed. Now, obviously some of you will be like, but we already know that Outer Worlds is shit. But there are people in the industry who don't think Outer Worlds is shit. That's all I'm trying to put down there.
I'm not sure.
Were you able to get your weapons back?
I'm not sure.
It looks like they stripped you pretty good.
I don't know if you can fire up a save game, Larry, then start firing. So what Larry's gonna do now is he's gonna travel back in time, fire up a really quick load, and then just open fire.
Alright. So the strip seems like it's pretty much enclosed from the rest of the land around it.
Yeah,
this is such an awkward demo.
Actually, it's set up with a whole series of walls made out of old...
Don't worry, there's not very many people that got past the first planet in Outer Worlds either. If we're talking about modern Obsidian, do you think there's a clear pattern of poor storytelling with the modern titles? Avowed wasn't even an original universe. I mean, I don't know, Fallout New Vegas is not an original universe. What the fuck is that point? No, but there is an issue. It's just the talented Obsidian is gone. And they don't make as good of games as they used to.
signage and billboards that were taken over from other sections of the city. So it forms this whole perimeter wall around the whole structure. You actually have to show that you have enough.
Well, see, that's what's tragic is that Outer Worlds hurt their reputation, and then you have Avowed that isn't that bad. But you know what? Keep that energy up when it comes to Outer Worlds 2. I 100% don't buy that game. Thoughts on Tainted Grail? They keep offering to send me like a collector's edition, and I had to not... I didn't respond, but I kind of just have to decline it because of the situation I'm in. But I am looking forward to playing it later this year when I have time. I was planning on doing streams of games like Ardenfall, Lauren's Loot, and Tainted Grail. Those were the 3 that I wanted to do. Just kind of show off some of the more like AA or indie games that are out there. What was that Nate Perkypile game? What was the game that Nate Perkypile made? I followed him for so long. I heard the name so many times, but I can't remember the name of it. But that was another one that I wanted to stream.
Money to get inside in order to be able to deal with Mr. House. So it's kind of an enclosed location, but once you're in there, there's tons of stuff you can do. For players that are familiar with the vaults that were present in Fallout, we actually have a Vault 21 that's actually present on the strip, but once all the people came out of the vault, it got turned into a tourist trap, and now it's a hotel location for people to go visit.
It's pretty nice to see an oasis in this Fallout universe where things actually run and work.
Yes, the interesting thing is outside Vegas, the Mojave Wasteland is a very, very dangerous place. This area is now proving with some high caliber aerobics.
All right, let's close this out with one more shot.
There's that fucked...
High caliber aerobics.
It happened again. It doesn't screen tear this time, but it blurs the screen for half a second. But there's no, like, prompt to dismiss it, so I don't think... Access unseen. So I don't think there's a... I don't think it's an issue of, like, the button prompt is not fired. I think this UI element just worked differently.
Alright, let's close this out with one more shot. And then I just want to thank you guys for coming by and giving us a look at Fallout New Vegas. I'm really excited to get some gambling done.
IGN got the short end of the stick.
There we go. Thanks a lot, guys.
Sure, thank you.
Back to you, Jess.
Thanks, guys. Now that's it for this segment. But
You ever feel like Red Rush and think normal talking speed is too slow sometimes? Not really.
don't you go anywhere. After all, we've got tons more games coming your way. We're also...
I mean, obviously there's people who talk slowly. Otherwise... Alright. Wait. Oh. I didn't actually take any notes from that. Wow, okay. And here I was thinking that Chris Avalon was going to do a good interview. The quartering speed. Alright, let's see. We are 3 hours in. Oh, we can do a bit more. Let's see. Game Informer, Fallout 3 interview with Todd Howard. Oh yeah, now that's crunchy. I just want to copyright strike your channel. So this is a 3 minute 43 second interview where 43 seconds of it is like building up to the actual interview.
So the main differences between the previous Fallouts and what you're seeing in Fallout 3 and the things that we've done in the past, doing RPGs for over a decade here. Let's start with Fallout 1, which is, we're talking 10 years ago, 1997. So, the first differences you get are obviously technical. It's almost a different, video games 10 years ago and games today, they're almost different canvases that you're painting on, I think, the things you have at your disposal, how you want to entertain people. But the ideals of the first game, which we just, love that game. The texture of the world, the choice.
There's some really bad Todd Howard quotes about Fallout 1. Like shit that should never have been said. Title of this one is just like word salad. Oh wait, I've already got an article for this. Whoops. Game Informer. Fallout 1 is so fucking old and cringe. It's basically not even possible to compare as a video game. Alright, that's the sentiment I got from Todd Howard. What, I'll find you the quote. I have it in my script though, so no spoilers, but Fallout 3 versus New Vegas. Yeah, okay. Here's the Todd Howard quote. He wrote this on a forum. Get at. Alright. I obviously replayed the games, and Fallout 1 remains the truest inspiration for what we're doing, but again, it can be hard to get at the soul of it because of its aging. So I looked to things like the game's first manual, the fiction and tone of it. In some ways, that section is a better look into the game. In some ways, that section of the manual is a better look into the game than the game itself. I also reread old reviews because they gave me a better understanding of how those games felt then. Again, removing the aging. This is not the type of thing that Todd Howard should be posting on forums in 2007 if he wants to endear himself with the Fallout community.
Choices you make as a character, the texture of the world, the choice.
I've played a bit of Age of Empires too. I liked it. I'm not big into strategy games, so I'm not like crazy about it. But of the strategy games I played, I think like Age of Empires 2 is the main real strategy game I like. My favorite schlocky strategy game though is Halo Wars. Just because it's kind of fun in its own way. But obviously it's a console RTS, so there's like 6 units per faction.
Choices you make as a character, making tough decisions, playing your character, going out and doing things that have an effect on the world, shades of gray.
This is why nobody makes games for your genre. If you're like, Halo Wars is a tactics game, not a strategy game.
All of those things from the first
The genre is literally called real-time strategy.
game that we love about it, and we love about games that do that. Keeping all of that spirit. But now, with the next-gen consoles and the tech where it is in the PCs now, we can bring a lot of that to life. Where, I guess for lack of a better word, it is a lot more emotionally engaging to see it and touch it and feel it and have that happen and look at the guy's expression when you really, right before you shoot him, I guess, or after you tell him you've saved his life. Those kind of things, I think, hit you on an emotional level now in almost a different, more real way in today's kind of games that we can do.
Okay, this is good stuff for my section on why Todd Howard was hated by fucking old Fallout fans. The technology has come so far that You can only really feel emotion with modern games, open parenthetical, Fallout 3, close parenthetical, compared to that old cringe shit Fallout 1. This is like, I don't know why Todd occasionally has clips like this, but this does happen from time to time with him.
So that's the first thing, that the spirit of that game, we've missed it. You know, it's 10 years old. We've wanted to see it in games again. So it's, you know, humbling.
Todd gets too much hate. I mean, he is the executive producer. Like, he is Emil's boss.
And exciting all at once to be able to be the group that gets to make that game. It's something we've tried to do with our Elder Scrolls stuff. So differences from what we do in Elder Scrolls are pretty huge. You know, we approach it as, it's its own game. We don't necessarily assume anything we did in the Elder Scrolls fits. But when we look at Fallout, it has a lot of the same things. You make a character, you go do what you want, you go exploring a big world. So there's obviously things we do in the Elder Scrolls that we think work really, really well. And we're kind of picking and choosing. There are things in Oblivion we like that work well. There's things in Morrowind that we like. There's things in Arena we still like. And we kind of put those things together.
But Todd, Arena's like ancient. It's old and cringe.
Play with them and see where this game takes us. And
He doesn't have to override his lead game designer. He can fucking fire him.
Where we'd like it to.
Oh, hang on. Never knows best. That might be you finally got the clip. You finally got the clip, even though I'm not really saying that Emil should be fired. I'm just saying that, like, Todd is the one that's responsible for Emil's lead decisions because Todd is his boss. Like, he can appoint someone else.
Take us is that feeling you had when you bought Fallout 1 and put it in and went, whoa, I've never seen anything like this. This really has a unique texture to it. And hopefully it does that.
He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back.
Everybody.
I love 2008 YouTube. To all those that were complaining, oh, it's different, therefore bad, babies. Babies, let me tell you something. Doesn't matter if something is different, it just has to be good. Yeah, but Fallout 3 is not good. So, like, you know, I don't know why you, 14 years after that interview, why you're bringing that up. You know, my least favorite genre of YouTube comment is when the YouTube commenter is like glazing the YouTuber. So you get a comment that's like, thank God there's somebody still on this platform that is being truthful and honest. That kind of comment. Those just annoy me.
So the combat in Fallout 3, you know, again, we want to bring that spirit back. It is the main problem we had going into this game, where we want you to be in the world first person. You can play.
The combat was the main problem. Okay. I mean, true.
Play third person, you have all those views. We like when you really feel like you're in control of your character. But we don't want to be rewarding Twitch play. You know, we don't want
What? What? Well, I mean, if there is a statement that you can make about the gameplay of Fallout 3, it's that it definitely does not reward Twitch play. They definitely succeeded in that goal.
It's not an action game, it's a role-playing game. So your stats really matter. So we have this new combat.
It's not an action game except for all the times that we invoked Call of Duty and Gears of War in our marketing, and then it is an action game.
That system, VATS. And it allows you to pause time and make good decisions using action points. Whether I want to shoot this guy in the head, or what are the other targets? I'm going to shoot this car. And that those things can also happen in real time, but they're happening at a pace that you can't really tell whether that was a good decision or a bad decision. You have a sense, but what are the chances to hit his leg? And how much damage is that really going to do? You might get a feel for it over time, but pausing the game, going into the VATS combat mode, and making a good decision, and then, so half of the fun is making a good decision and feeling like you're min and maxing your stats. But the other half of it is, these are the moves I want to do, and then go. And here we go, we're going to show it to you in a very entertaining fashion. And there's something, like, horribly satisfying about watching people's arms rip off and the blood gets sprayed on the walls. And, it's, I don't know if it's juvenile or I don't know what it is, but we like it. And we spent a lot of time making that gorier and gorier and to a level that every time you see it makes you smile and feel good that you were the one who did that, or bad, I don't know, however you want to play the game. And so those are the main differences, I guess.
Okay, sure. Sounds like kind of cope to me. Well, we're certainly knocking these out. Let's see. Gavin Carter, Pete Hines, you. This one doesn't say who it is. I think it's Pete Hines. It's Pete Hines. Oh, fuck, it's Roger, isn't it? It's gonna be Roger. Alrighty.
Fallout 3, perhaps the first game that you're actually being born into?
Wait. I was told this is going to be oh, hang on. Okay, this doesn't link the right thing at all. Or, no, it's... How did that happen? Okay. Oh my fucking god. Chat, you gotta soak this in, baby. You gotta soak this in, baby. Here we go. We bring it to you first. Because everyone else is dead.
Hi, this is Jessica Frazier of GameZombie.tv. We're here with Todd talking about the new game Fallout 3. Can you tell us a little bit about the series in general and what you guys have decided to do with this new one?
Well, we're from the East Coast, from DC. We figure, who better to blow it up than us? Fallout is a post-apocalyptic...
It's a shame the VTuber model can't capture cringe.
...playing game. So you get to make the...
That seems so weird from an in-universe perspective, because if I recall correctly, it does get acknowledged in Fallout 3's tutorial section, but for some reason the rest of the world doesn't act like anyone with a Pip-Boy is automatically a crack shot. That's because Fallout 3 doesn't acknowledge that anyone else with a Pip-Boy exists outside of you and your father.
Character of your choosing, and then head out into this post-apocalyptic wasteland and do whatever you want.
What are some really great features about this game that you personally like?
Well, the combat system.
I wonder why why Game Zombie TV is not still a thing. Holy fuck, they have a review of the first Star Wars Battlefront? What is going on here?
It's very intriguing to play. DICE perfected the gameplay by adding the ability to ride in vehicles such as the speeder bike, the ATST, and more. These vehicles really make an impact on the flow of the games because they can definitely make or break a team's attempt at winning any of the games.
This is classic. This is like a vintage. I was gonna say it's a little weird that the pinned video is the execution of Cliff Bleszinski. A bit of an odd one. But no, Machinima had to be deleted from the internet entirely.
You know, I love. I think it turned out really nice, and that it's got a lot of depth to it, but you can play it really quickly. I also just like the world in general. You know, it was difficult for us to
The good news is
pull
that they're
off.
not going to ask anything that's useful, so I don't have to include any of this in the video.
So to pull off that mix of kind of, it can be charming at times and it's funny at times. But it, despite destruction, it can be beautiful.
Now when you do combat, I know that you can basically stop time and pick like a body part to shoot or whatever. What made you guys come up with this concept?
Well, we're interested in, we want to keep it so it's not just an action game for people, that, we want to make sure that they can improve their character on the screen, and even if you're not good at playing the game, the person in the world that you're playing might be good. So the new combat system allows us for you to stop things and then see the numbers and say, I want my character to do this, and then watch them do these super heroic, often gruesome actions that are pretty cool.
And I see that you have some things for the game. Could you explain what this is?
That is the Fat Man. It is a portable nuclear bomb catapult, kind of a military prototype weapon you can find in the game. You get a lot of enemies on you, that'll clean it up real nice.
And when can we expect Fallout 3?
It'll be out this fall.
Okay, chat, I was about to have a moment, okay? Chat, and there's only like probably 4 people in the chat that understand why I was about to have a moment. Because this just flashed by really fast. Is there anybody that can guess what caught me off guard about this? Papyrus font? No. We have Mama Max's name is Max Stryker, and the lead witness he had for the Camden Gerard Davis thing was a woman named Spencer. So this flashed by, and I got a complete, like, it was like a moment of, like, I was completely reminded of that drama, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Wait, did I catch, like, what Mama Max was up to in 2008? I was caught off guard. I legit thought for a second that this was like Mama Max's early work, which I didn't even think was possible. Like, I'm pretty sure he's not, like, he's a teenager at this time.
And bacon and eggs.
Why does fentanyl feel so good? All right. Yeah, so I'm just gonna yeah, nothing. Okay. Cool. He turned that Game Zombie TV thing into tenure at a tenure gig at a university in Quatar. Alright, let's see.
For your family in the case of a nuclear... Traffic is terrible.
Alrighty. Who's Mama Max? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Wait, does he...
Depression.
This used to not be... He used to have this, hidden. Like, when he was... Yeah, when he was, like, doing the big, like, pedophile hunting thing, he hid all of his, like, all of the old content that he made.
Bullying.
Stand up. There you go. You were dreaming. What's your name? The Elder Scrolls is not just a franchise, but an alternate universe to most of us. It has brought us endless emotion.
I didn't know that he unhid all of his old content from, because I knew he made a comeback because he made these videos, which, by the way, are really fucking bad. Oh my god. He's so disingenuous in, like, the way that he presents information. That was him? Yes, that is him. I've been trying to, like... Every time Mama Max comes up, I'm like, yes, this is the same guy. The same guy. It's very funny. He did the stupid voice thing before the ARG Predator Hunter shit? Yes.
Do not panic. I love those.
Work stream on a Skyrim video? No, we literally couldn't. We literally could not get through this video. If anybody remembers, how far into this video did we even get? Because it's kind of a weird video in its own right. The voice thing is hard to get through, and then it's also just like a bunch of like testimonials from different YouTubers. So it was definitely a weird... it was definitely a weird thing that didn't fit in, and we just kind of made fun of it and him. And you know what? What's even better is I was making fun of him before he got exposed as like a fraud. I'm pretty sure, because it was in 2021, and I'm pretty sure he got outed as a fraud. When he got outed as a fraud was like after the Starfield video. So like I was making fun of him because I already knew like a ton of the stuff. Whoops. And now the video's claimed.
Finally, I got to play Fallout 3.
Was that the video where he bitched about creators not supporting his schizophrenic crusade? Yes. But he promises like 18 months after the fact that was just a bit, guys.
Yes. What do you think? It looks great, and it was just the first step.
Okay, Todd's got this guy on the back foot. Okay, this guy is supposed to be interviewing Todd. Todd's flipped it around. He's interviewing the journalist. Wait, fuck, I feel like I watched that stream. Why the fuck did I lose all memory of this guy until now? Because because his gimmick is so fucking stupid that nobody who's an adult can take it seriously. And so it's just like, yeah, he's just like internet guy number 56 million, you know. It's not really worth remembering who he is, but it is just funny to put out there that like, yeah, I was making fun of Mama Max before he got outed. I'm telling you, I'm always right. I'm just early.
Steps out of the vault that I got to play. Can you tell us something about that first experience, Megaton? What's it all about?
The city of Megaton.
Editor, work with us here. You got to show the Megaton when he says the name.
Is built in the crater of a bomb that...
The hipster hater. It's true. Fuck. I pulled a Zarek and I'm a hipster hater.
fell and didn't go off. So the people kind of settled there and started to view it as, you know, a sign that God's going to spare them or something. Different people worship the technology of the bomb, so they built this town up around it.
What? That is not the lore I've heard, Todd. What?
And it's very close to when you learn to view it as fell. The city of Megaton is built in the crater of a bomb that fell and didn't go off. So the people kind of settled there and started to view it as, you know, a sign that God's going to spare them or something. Different people worship.
That's not what's in the game, and that's not what's in the game guide. Like this is just like completely new lore that Todd is spitting here. So, okay. The lore of Megaton, as I understand it, is that it wasn't the bomb. There was a plane crash there that made a big crater, and they lived in the crater because it was a shelter from like dust storms or some shit. And then they built up a community around that because it was a shelter out of the parts of like the plane that had crashed. And it was just that, like, on the underside of a plane, there happened to be a nuclear bomb. That, as I understand, is the lore. And part of that is from the game guide, though, unfortunately. It's hard to, it's a little difficult to tell what's actually from the game.
Worship the technology of the bomb, so they built this town up around it. And
then it was like the children of Adam helped build the town because they lived in the community, but they weren't the only people who lived there.
It's very close to when you leave the vault, and it's one of the hubs of that part.
Megaton is in the crater of an exploded bomb is like a classic Fallout 3 a stupid thing. Yeah, but I have to point out that like it's not an exploded bomb, and it's actually an interesting tidbit. America has dropped more atomic weapons on itself than it has other countries. It's just that they don't go off when it drops it on itself, but by accident too. Like, it's actually kind of frequent that we have accidentally dropped nuclear bombs.
Part of the wastelands. We wanted the player early on to be able to go there, get some initial quests, and really find a place where they can, you know, buy loot, sell their loot, talk to people. You know, a lot of good characters there. So it's a good starting off point.
I found that it's not...
In your opinion. Yes, his video is quite subjective. Yeah, you have to actually arm them. There's like 4 safeties on them. Yeah, so it's like, why hasn't anybody set it off? Because I would imagine half of the people that have seen it don't even know what it is. I'm surprised that, like, the vault... I'm surprised that somebody that grew up in a vault knows what it is. It's kind of weird that Vault 101 teaches people what nukes are, but doesn't want people to ever leave. But, like, so the player is surprised it's there, so James never told the player that there's a nuke in Megaton. Because obviously James didn't want the player to ever leave the vault. Because the whole point of them living in the vault was that he wanted his son to, or child, to stay there.
Easy to trust the people who are there.
What would happen?
Well, I think they lied to me.
Who's that?
What?
I don't know, a guy called Moriarty.
Yeah, don't talk to him.
But it's hard to advance the game if I don't.
Yeah, you're not supposed to talk about that. It's off limits.
All right, but...
Oh. I think the interviewer fucked up. The interviewer mentioned Moriarty, and then Todd's like, yeah, you're not supposed to talk about that. And it's just like a stupid, like, why did they include that? Yeah, that was like a real Pete Hines moment. Pete pulled out one of these. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you talking about Moriarty? Okay. Immel insisted on Moriarty. We are not advertising him. We are not advertising Moriarty. Okay? The public this needs to stay secret until the game comes out. Yeah, did Game Reactor ever get another Todd interview? Actually, a better question, what happened to Game Reactor? Oh, it looks like they're still around. Their Wikipedia page, though, doesn't acknowledge anything that's happened to them since 2013. But they have, like, a Twitter account. Oh no. Oh no. They're getting sub 100 views. I always wonder about situations like this. So, like, who ends up owning the channel? And, like, getting to make decisions about, like, what the thumbnails are gonna be. They've got Todd Howard News. Oh yeah, I thought I remembered their names. They did this interview with Immel. Oh yeah, they got yeah. Okay, they got the Pete treatment. They're only getting Pete after this interview. Yeah, they got hit with the Pete treatment. I'm not seeing any evidence. Well, hang on. Who are they talking to in this interview?
The shadow of the brotherhood here, and look at what do we have to look forward to in that?
Okay, they got Jeff Gardner in an interview. Interesting. Do I have this one? I'm actually always interested in getting more DLC information, so it's not impossible to take a look at this, but I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Chat, you didn't know that Todd is, like, conventionally healthy? Or he's conventionally attractive. Like, this man's fucked. He's got kids.
What kind of world and what kind of people have survived this Holocaust?
Well, everybody's surviving in their own way. You know, one of our big themes is sacrifice and survival. What are you
Chat, is sacrifice a theme of Fallout 3? The Holocaust is what I have. It's kind of, to me, it's kind of weird to say that sacrifice is the theme of Fallout 3 because it's just, your dad does it for no fucking reason, and you do it for no fucking reason. Which there's an interesting story about why, there's an interesting story about why, the companions are so weird with that I read on the road. I found out this information. Hang on. I can pull you up the clip. Fox. So it's in a conversation about Fox. Okay. It's in that, also in that Afterthoughts interview. So, Emma was asked about why you can't have Fox, Sergeant RL3N, and Charon put in the Project Purity code, and he has an answer. That's a great question, and one that's obviously come up quite a bit in different forums. Let me try to shed some light on why the game is like that. All of the followers were implemented into the game fairly late in development, after the main story had already been nailed down. We had only ever planned for you sending Sarah Lyons into the Purifier because we knew from a story standpoint that she'd definitely be in there with you. What we could do, and what we ultimately do, is cover that stuff in dialogue. You can ask the followers to go in, and they'll tell you why they won't. We felt that fit with their personalities, but really they didn't sell that to the player in a single line of dialogue. So the story does kind of break down, but you know what? We knew that, and we're okay with it, because the trade-off is, well, you get these cool followers to join you. You meet up with Fox near the end of the game, and it's true, you can go right... But here's the problem, Emil. Here's the problem. You throw Fox at the player with the karma alignment that is the most common karma alignment in the game. You throw him at the player in the penultimate quest. So, you know... It's extremely likely that players are going to have Fox at the ending. I got a slushie and then I remembered why I don't get slushies. Why would he say this? My theory for why he said it is that he thought it would be an interesting anecdote of like why the realities of game development caused there to be this mismatch, because he's basically saying we wrote the main story and we were already committed to that sequence of events happening, and then we added companions, and as a result the companions contradicted the story, but it's like, but at the same time it's like, but you added Fox, and you drew attention that he's immune to radiation, and you gave him to the player right before the ending with the most common karma alignment. Like, there are still elements of, like, you don't have to change the sequencing of the ending, but that you could massage this to at least be a little better. Yeah, he's basically just trying to make the case that, like, well, it was that or not have Fox in the game. And players like Fox, ergo, we had to contradict the ending.
You as a player going to sacrifice to survive? You can be a good guy or a bad guy? And then what are the people of this world sacrificing?
Here's the problem with this, okay? This kind of annoys me a little bit. He's like, what are you as the player going to sacrifice? And it's like, the problem is that sacrifice is voluntary, right? You put yourself into the situation to end up potentially sacrificing something, right? you don't have a situation where it's fixed at the end of the story that the player is basically ball busted into sacrificing themselves. That doesn't really fit the theme at that point. It's less like I'm making a personal sacrifice and more like I'm just kind of clocking in for work that day. I don't know, it would be like if you wrote Jesus as being like really put upon that he had to sacrifice himself. And not, you know, he wasn't like at the level. Or on the level, I should say.
To survive. How are they getting on? And we've sort of approached, you know, each of the towns slash settlements, try to treat them differently. So Megaton, you know, they've built out this airliner. It's really kind of this Mad Maxy Waterworld feel to it.
You. I'm sorry, I refuse to believe there was ever a circumstance in which Waterworld was something that you wanted to like positively associate your brand with.
And then we have, you know, the Brotherhood of Steel, what they're doing, held up in the Pentagon. We also have Rivet City, which is the biggest city, and
kind of just naming everything that's in the game, to be honest.
that is a beached aircraft carrier that the humans have turned into. Hey, this, you know, we can protect ourselves in here. So they've built their city inside of it.
How did it get beached in Washington?
Well, you know, the Washington.
I feel like Todd is barely containing his rage. How did an aircraft carrier get beached in Washington? Like, well, Washington, D.C. is on the Potomac River, and the Potomac River distributes into the Chesapeake Bay, and the Chesapeake Bay is connected to the Atlantic Ocean, and they put D.C. there so that they could have the Navy be there, you know, like...
It is on.
Brotherhood of Steel was held up in the Pentagon? Yeah, that's what the Citadel is. You didn't know that? The Citadel is the Pentagon.
The Atlantic and, you know, the Potomac there, so there's...
Oh, I like the Todd. Todd is being very diplomatic, but he's being a lot more diplomatic than I am.
The naval yard down there, and so we assume when the bombs start falling, you know, waves, things go wrong, and this thing could crash, so...
Okay, Todd made up that answer because the actual answer is that that naval carrier is just like, it was sitting there at the, it's sitting there on the river. I've heard that it was like in a dry dock. It doesn't look like it's in a dry dock, but like, yeah, it's just at the edge of the river and it eventually got beached. Like, waves, bruh. No, that's a weird answer too, because... You know, it's on the Atlantic, but it's not really on the Atlantic. You're like 70 miles from the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
So what are other places in Water?
It's not a place called Waterworld. Waterworld was a movie. Yeah, Waterworld was a movie from 1995. It was a Kevin Costner movie. Jack Black's in it? Jesus Christ. But I've never heard anything good about this movie.
Washington can we visit?
So we have all the wasteland, and then we have the downtown area. We have various museums.
There's no bridges that would allow a carrier up to the Potomac. Sure, but... You know, it is like 50 years in the future. And there's a lot of like Portland is debating switching out one of its bridges right now. So, you know, that's not me writing for the writer. It's just like, it's not the most implausible thing that there's an old aircraft carrier in DC. To me, anyways.
Down in the mall you can visit, kind of fun. Museum of Technology, Museum of History, which are kind of fun with the Fallout universe. The Washington Monument, you can try to check out the White House if you want. The Capitol Building, National Archives is fun. It's one of my favorite places down in DC. So a number of things like that.
The recent trailer you released, a lot of fun. How has it been to work with this franchise and all the humor that's involved? It's kind of a difference from Elder Scrolls, obviously. And how do you feel?
It's like looking over to Pete.
From Elder Scrolls, obviously, and how
Alrighty, let's see. It's not worth worrying about when there's so much worse in the game. Yeah, it's not even something that, like, I've really thought about. Like, actually, there's no bridges? Because you know that is something that I'm going to find out.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's nice, A, to take a break and do something new. The other thing that's great about Fallout is it's so charming. You know, often we'll have ideas that don't necessarily fit in an Elder Scrolls game. You know, not in terms of, like, science fiction, but just in terms of humor or being crass in some way or doing something, like, over the top.
I've talked about this in the videos before, so it's good to have a clip of it.
It's really fun to do that with Fallout. It's so cool. So it's absolutely the most fun we've had actually making a game. Because you can sit around and, you know, be guys and gals and, you know, throw out these crazy things that, you know, make you all laugh around a, you know, lunch table. And, okay, there's an avenue for that.
Fallout is officially the American dad to the Elder Scrolls Family Guy.
In the game. Whereas a lot of our previous stuff there isn't. It's like, that's funny. Well, we can never do that.
Do you have an example of one such moment, something that you can talk about in the game that you'd like to say?
I mean, the main thing people can tell is the violence, you know, how we handle the violence. And sorry off the top of my head, you know, a lot of it I don't want to spoil. You know, a lot of them are fun one-liners that you can say to people. So, yeah.
So the dialogue is very important. How have you gone about with the dialogue in the game? And
does that make Starfield the Cleveland show?
Have you looked at anything, a game like Mass Effect, for instance, treated dialogue a little bit differently? Or?
I mean, okay, this is such a weird question. What? Hang on. Okay, it's a little less weird. Mass Effect came out in 2007. I thought Mass Effect was 2008. I was like, why would you ask him if they were inspired by Mass Effect, a game that came out the same year as, like, Fallout 3?
What do you think about that?
I mean, I love their interface in Mass Effect. We decided to go with the interface that was very classic Fallout. But we look at all of the games that have great writing and great characters, and in particular, you know, Fallout 1. That's kind of our model to try to live up to as far as how the dialogue works.
So how much of the game would you say is actually in the dialogue and that?
I mean, I don't know if I can put a percentage of the game. It depends on how you want to play it. We have over 40,000 lines of recorded dialogue. So it's a lot of stuff. You know, that's...
Whoa, Todd.
%30 more than Oblivion. So, you know...
No? No? Question mark? I should be familiar with this. Hang on. Oblivion... Retrospective... Why did it go to... Hello? Oblivion Retrospective? Can I get mine? There we go. Lines. No. No, I'm right about this. There's 39,000 lines of dialogue in Oblivion. So he's straight up wrong about this. Like, and I've known that to be the case. It's the same exact, like, it's a very similar amount of dialogue. There would be, hang on, Todd, there would be 30% more dialogue if there was a certain key change made to the way that you approach your audio, but no, there's the same exact amount of dialogue.
30% more dialogue. So it's a lot of stuff. You know, that's 30% more than Oblivion. So, you know, 30% more dialogue, yet with...
Did he make up a number because he figured this guy just, like, wouldn't check and, like, nobody's gonna watch this guy? Because that would be kind of based. The dialogue number is right as far as I'm aware. It's just the 30% more dialogue thing is wrong. Did chat break? Let's see. Rare Todd lie. No, I will say they're definitely doing Todd a favor here. Oblivion did have cut dialogue because of console limitations, but the amount of dialogue is 39,000 lines in the finished game. There's not less dialogue on the Xbox version. Because if there was, there would be quests that are not... There wouldn't be parity in the quests that are in each version.
You know, 20% of the people. So we can really make them, yet with, you know, 20% of the people.
What?
30% more than Oblivion. So, you know, 30% more dialogue,
Okay.
yet with, you know, 20% of the people. So we can really make them deep and use that voice budget to have a lot more meaning to the player.
Okay, no, he's kind of drawing attention to something. Where is all the dialogue? It's another Starfield situation where I'm asking the question, where's the dialogue? What he's saying is there is 1/5 the number of NPCs in Fallout 3 compared to Oblivion, but the NPCs have 30% more dialogue. So there's deeper dialogue with fewer people. But I'm kind of questioning, like, I actually don't know where all that 40,000 lines of dialogue is. It's all the Garys.
And let's talk a
There's
little.
still the question of the dialogue audio being uncompressed. No, that's not relevant, because it's the same exact compression standard that's in Oblivion. But in Oblivion, you can, if Oblivion's the standard of, this has 39,000 lines of dialogue, and here's all the content, and then you have a game like Fallout 3 where there's a fraction of the content, but the same exact amount of dialogue, where's the dialogue? And I asked the same thing with Starfield. Starfield has 230,000 lines of dialogue. Where is it? Todd, where's the fucking dialogue?
A bit about the combat in the game. The what system, for instance?
The what system? Okay, listen, he's got an accent, you know. Apparently he hasn't heard someone say that it's the VATS system, so he's just read it, and then he's reading it phonetically with his accent.
I didn't get to do that much combat because basically I was spent my time in Megaton, and you can spend a lot of time without actually going into combat. But what were your main, like when you wanted to redo all the combat for Fallout, what were your main aspirations and what do you want to achieve with the combat system?
The main thing we wanted to do was kind of, you know, bridge a new gap in terms of role-playing and your character and how guns work. I think people have a certain sensibility for how they want guns to work in a video game.
You know what's interesting about the Fallout 3 interviews is that a lot of the times that they're talking about VATS, it feels like they're apologizing with their answers. Like they're trying to... Todd is really trying to push this narrative of why VATS exists and like here's the problem it's trying to solve. You play Deus Ex and your character like sucks at using guns, and so the experience, like, it doesn't feel very good as an action shooter if your character is bad at using guns. And so what they're trying to communicate is if the player's skill with the gun is irrelevant to how the character's skill with the gun, but obviously that doesn't work when you have a first-person control format, so... Do you think they wanted Fallout 3 to be pure FPS, but was like, nah? I think it's more likely that they thought they couldn't do a good pure FPS based on the testing that they tried to do. And so VATS is like a band-aid fix to the fact that the combat's not very good. And so they're trying to take this angle of like, it's okay if the combat controls aren't very good because it's a role-playing game. And so you kind of get what I'm getting at? It's like this weird cope to work around the fact that they couldn't make a good first-person shooter.
Game because there's so many shooters, so they expect it. Well, they should act this way. But we felt we needed to go a little bit deeper than that and do something that showed your character doing really cool things as opposed to
like, okay, let's work from the position that is a good idea, because I can kind of agree with it. Then we get into the topic of implementation. Was it a good implementation of what they were trying to do? And I think that's not the case. I forced myself to play Fallout 3 in 2020.
I finally played Fallout, not these games.
Please don't edit like this. This sucks. I'm sorry. You have 100,000 subscribers. You probably get lots of views editing like this. But to me personally, I think when shit's edited like that, it's unwatchable.
So just you being able to do it, and to really make the stats that you choose shine through. So that's how VATS came about.
And
okay, hashtag Team Cope.
But like, how do you see people playing it? You can play it in real time, of course, and then it's just like a normal shooter. Do you feel that is a problem for you guys, that you want to steer people into playing it more like a role-playing game, or will how do you feel about that?
He is bumbling around a very good question. he had a good question. It's just he didn't know how to word it. What's wrong with that editing style? It's ADHD core.
I finally...
Like, okay, let's analyze, like, frame by frame what's going on here. Okay? We got a shot of Fallout 4's Boston, right? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 frames, okay? What's the frame rate of this video? 60 frames per second. So 1/10 of a second. He's got this flash zoom rotating thing that's half blurred coming in to like say to
I finally played.
Like, okay, this is not necessary. I don't need a textual readout of this because you're saying the words "I finally played Fallout." So like, I don't know why we're doubly communicating like this. I feel like I'm being put upon here. Why is the background in a vignette? Why is there a pop sound effect for this? We're at 00 on the timestamp and I'm being assaulted.
Played Fallout.
And then it's like, why is it fucking flying around the screen? Why are these things popping up?
The third one from 2008.
This is all too much, okay? I don't want to watch that. Just fucking do the stupid ass challenge.
You know, I think even when you're doing it in real time, the role playing is there because you have accuracy that affects from your stats and how much damage you're doing. You know, we want the game to make sure it plays well both ways. And then the player can decide for himself which way he wants to take. And we found most people, you know, it's about 50-50 real time versus VATS.
That video mind-fucked me so much that I couldn't even pay attention to Todd. What?
You know, I think even when you're...
What do you think of Seth's editing style? I think that Seth's editing style is annoying. It's just that the material that he writes is so fucking funny that it carries what he makes. Like, Seth's sense of humor is what carries that channel. 100%. The reason I make my videos the way that I do is because that's the shit I want to watch. I want to watch boring. I want it to be slow. I want it to just linger, okay? Don't insult my intelligence by, like, fucking jingling the keys at me. That's why I stopped watching Up Is Not Jump. Because, like, you can see, like, the degeneration of this guy's videos. Hang on. I used to like this guy. And then his like video editing style changed as he moved on as a YouTuber. Because he used to do like neat little VR videos. Let me thank you. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, he made these videos about Fallout 4 VR that I thought were entertaining. And I was like, this is a cool channel. He's doing Skyrim VR. He's like a dedicated VR channel. These are good. And then you get, where is it? I want the New Vegas one. It's ad blocker is doing very bad at blocking ads, so it's like it has to like halfway load the ad for it to get through. I've noticed this recently.
How's it going? I better check on my health, make sure I'm doing all right. Could be better, could be worse.
Okay, that's not bad. Hang on, you're not helping me out here.
Fallout.
Where's the part where cum comes out of his mouth?
This.
I think the main issue in this opening is you wake up, go outside, and everything is brown, flat, and a little uninspiring.
You know what? This is no longer an Ipa's Not Down diss track.
More like a role-playing game, or will how do you feel about that?
You know, I think even when you're doing it in real time, the role-playing is there because you have accuracy that affects.
Nakey Jakey was another example, although his wasn't as egregious, but he definitely leaned into like the skit, like the tangential skit comedy thing more. And by the way, you know another thing I fucking hate on this platform? I instantly click off of any video that is, here's a guy standing in front of a green screen holding a microphone. Nope, instant click off. It sucks because there were some good people that did that style, but like that's just the latest, like the slopcore center of YouTube has adopted that style as like their titular definitive style. It's like, get the fuck off my screen. It's the same thing, like I love when YouTubers that never show their face have to do like a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship where they show their face, and it's like, I didn't want to know what you look like, which is a conundrum for me because you're gonna know what I look like when I make this video about the bike trip, so that sucks. But all the same, I just love when like the YouTuber's face randomly shows up in a video, because it's like, you know, I just didn't want to know what you looked like, to TBH. Example of good content creators that does the green screen thing, classic Jakey. I don't know if he held the camera, or I don't know if he was one of the mic holding guys, but this video.
Anyone who's been watching my channel,
I like this video. It's okay. It does a little bit of the key jangling. This is where it starts, but it got worse from here. Like this is the start of him on that ball rolling downhill. In terms of overactive editing, obviously, quality is a different question. It's more like it's not to my taste. And so I just don't want to watch it. Let's be clear here. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying I don't want to watch it. I guess if I call it slop content, I am saying it's bad. I'm not saying Jakey's slop content, but I am saying that it is ADHD core.
Effects from your stats and how much damage you're doing.
Do you think Josh Hayes does a better job of balancing it since he rarely does it? So I don't watch Josh Strife Hayes, believe it or not. I have seen like clips of it where he's just kind of blended in, and I think that's fine. If you want to do it every now and then, I don't really have a problem with that. It's just more like if the first frame of your video is you in front of a green screen holding a microphone, and you're like, your video title's like, I unironically am reviewing all 65 Mario game. No, stop. Slop content.
You know, we want the game to make sure it plays well both ways. And then the player can decide for himself which way he wants to take. And we found
The problem is that Fallout 3 plays well in neither way.
on most people, you know, it's about 50-50 real time versus VATS.
Okay, so
Everything I've seen from Josh Strife-Hayes says that he's like kind of a slow-paced, like willing to talk it out kind of guy. I'm surprised people were criticizing him for anything, really. Because, I mean, like, I have to acknowledge something. MMO videos are fucking hard. I never watched his videos, but I always gave him credit for being an MMO reviewer, because that can't be fucking easy. That cannot be easy.
you finally announced the release date, so let's just tell everyone when it's coming out.
We have not announced a release date yet, so it's all we're saying is fall 2008.
Well, okay. I thought it was October. Not?
Nope, we don't have a release date yet.
Oh my god. What is bro doing? Bro heard a rumor about the release date, and he's trying to get Todd to say the answer. Because it was October. I think. Or was it August? Hang on. No, it was October. So he probably heard a rumor of what their projected release date was, and then was trying to get Todd to say the answer. He pisses off the MMO players that have Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, okay, I get it. He gets criticized because he criticizes MMOs. Yeah, okay. I know that firsthand. You can't appease those people, so... I knew going into the WoW video that those people were literally impossible to appease. Like, I had seen it, I had seen that they were not happy with anything over the years, and I was like, alright, so there's no chance that you're gonna make like a PvP main from vanilla WoW happy.
Sorry about that.
No, we'll let you know when we have one.
But it's closing up to releasing.
Obviously, you can tell the game's pretty far along, so it'll be this fall. We don't have an exact date yet.
But what kind of stuff are you doing right now? Are you testing or?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's polishing the game up, finding the bugs, tightening up game balance. You know, we are on 360, PS3, and all the PCs, so.
It's kind of frustrating watching this and knowing that, like, this is why Bethesda clammed up as a company in terms of, like, so with Skyrim, they did drastically fewer interviews. They pretty much only did interviews with, like, you know, IGN, GameSpot, Game Informer, all that kind of stuff. Like, really big games journalists. And then, like, after that, they tightened up even further after Skyrim.
You know, you have to make the game look good and perform the same on all of them, and that takes time.
There was an announcement of some exclusive downloadable content. Are you allowed to say anything about that?
All I can say is what's been said, that we're going to do substantial downloadable content, and it's going to be exclusive to the 360 and the PC.
So the interesting thing is, at this point, I believe this is about right in the timeline, if this is like June or July of 2008, they already knew that they were going to do Operation Anchorage and the Pit, and then Broken Steel, the third DLC. That's the first DLC that they pitched and worked on after the game came out. So before the game comes out, Operation Anchorage and the Pit, which I think is really telling. Those are some really telling DLCs for pre-release, pre-criticism Fallout 3, and then Broken Steel is the first post-release, post-criticism DLC. Is really funny. Because Operation Anchorage is like a Call of Duty campaign, and then the pit is like... The pit is is kind of in a weird position as a DLC. It's like new Fallout, like Bethesda core approach to Fallout. Like there's moral grayness in quotes, but like Bethesda's approach to moral grayness.
Comparable to what you did with Oblivion?
I think it's going to be more so. More so.
He was wrong about this. I don't know. Chat, do we agree? Compared to Oblivion, was there more Fallout 3 content? Because obviously it's an apples and orange situation where you've got different standards of what the content was made. But it's like, they have likened the Fallout 3 DLC to Knights of the Nine. That's Bethesda's own developers in terms of like talking about scope. So to me, it's like yes and no. How many, like, okay, Shivering Isles. How many Knights of the Nine equals a Shivering Isles? That's kind of an interesting marker. And then I feel like all of the House DLC stuff is like equal to a Knights of the Nine. They don't feel comparable. The structure's so different. I mean, Knights of the Nine is... Okay, hang on. You've been chatting with us this entire time and you don't know what Knights of the Nine is. People warned of this shit.
So I think you're going to see... we don't know exactly what it is yet, but the scale of it is big. Yeah.
Sounds great.
Cool.
Very excited to play more of the game.
Great. Thanks, guys.
I'm surprised Emil did a presentation in Denmark at all, given that interview. Was that the same guy that interviewed Emil? Oh my... 13 years ago. I hope this interviewer was fired. Emil Game Reactor.
For me personally, I like that it's not your standard post-apocalyptic
games.
There's not one moment, it's the interact because it's so depressing that you'd cry. So, you know, Fallout lets you laugh at it too, you know, in its own dark way.
What's your favorite moment from the old Fallout games?
There's not one moment.
What happened to this guy? Now I'm trying to think, like, this is from September of 2007. And then in August of 2008, he's like all fucking greasy and like he can't ask questions.
Oh, a guy called Moriarty?
Like, what happened to this guy? Terrible and weird interview that probably killed Bethesda interviews. Alrighty, this was E3 Fallout 3 interview by Game Reactor Todd Howard. Okay. Alright, I did my 4 hours. I was hoping to get a stream in. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow or what we're doing. Wait, it's the same interviewer? Yeah, it's the same interviewer. We sure it's the same dude? It's like literally the same like lanky face and... Like, you can see they try to, like, keep him... And there was weird stuff about this interview, but, like, this is the guy. I don't know if we get, like, a dead-on look at him. But I'm telling you, it's the same guy, just with longer hair. Like, he grew his hair out.
One moment, it's the interaction
from the old Fallout games.
He sounds the same, too.
Fallout games.
Dark way.
What's your favorite moment from the old Fallout games? And what do you want to achieve with the combat system?
I guarantee it's the same guy. I think they credit him, too.
Know exactly what it is yet, but the scale of it is a big.
Okay, and then... Yeah, it's the same
PC
fucking
players,
guy.
You know, for those guys, so...
When will we get to play?
It's the same guy. Are you sure? Host, Binked Limney. Host, Binked Limney. It's not the same guy. Time changes a man. What happened to him in like a year? Maybe reach out to him for this? Why? Why would I reach out to this guy 16 years after the fact? The question is it the same guy that's in this video?
.505 Games loses control over...
No, I don't think it is.
Over control. Ha. Nailed it. Well, see you next time.
Hang on, what's going on here?
Now, why this is significant? Well, let's get into it. And I'm going to have to read this because there's a lot of nuance that we need to hit. So, basically, 505 Games and Remedy last month revealed that anyone that wanted to play the next gen upgrade, free upgrade.
82 views, by the way. Games journalism is a weird sector, all I'm saying. No, PewDiePie didn't say the N-word. I know what you're talking about. There's the bridge scene, and he's like, what a fucking asshole, man. Jesus, I mean, oh my god. Yeah, that's what he said. He didn't say the N-word. Hey bro, what the fuck happened to you in this interview? You look young and happy, but a year later you look ugly. What the fuck happened? Yeah, that's the thing, is people are always like, hey, you should reach out to somebody about this, and it's like, why? So I can ask them my, like, trashy clown comment? My trashy clown questions? Hang on. I've 100% said the N-word. Well, listen, they had us read Mark Twain in school. Yeah. Yeah. I got the clip. It's so loud, holy shit. Guns are loud, kids.
What a fucking asshole. Jeez, oh my god, what the fuck?
Yeah. See? You guys are like trying to gaslight me into thinking that like my favorite YouTuber said the N-word. Alright, it's late. I'm gonna get out of here. We're gonna do something silly like have a gamer moment if I stick around. I think we got some interesting information today. Good clips. So, I'll see you guys later.